With that, we are back to A team.
Okay. Well, welcome back to another wonderful session of the Black Aurora. We are on session 85. Welcome to Bardest. Last we left off with this group, A Team, our main group of adventurers throughout the world of Elkest. We haven't been with you guys for a while. You guys have been other people for the last couple of months. As Megan pointed out, our last session of A-Team was Halloween, so it's been a minute. But last we left off, A-Team, as we're now calling them, before they were the team, you guys went on a boat trip, that's putting it simply. Deciding that after you defeated Vex Orion, the claim keeper of Bardest, you found a prime opportunity to get an audience with Zivadona as you are making a challenge against the claim keeper with your new companion Narkushan from sessions ago. You took his boat and decided to make the long 3-month voyage across the oceans to Bardest. And last session was an entire session of boat. You guys had a lot of things. I just had to rewatch it yesterday. You guys had a fair number of goals you wished to accomplish. Some of you did. Some of you made progress but didn't quite accomplish, I believe. The twins, Medea and Mira, you guys mastered a new twin tactic, Take and Give, which you will find on Roll20 under the twin abilities handout. I did add the twin tactic details there. So that's the Twin Souls handout, I believe it is. And that was wonderful. That was where you guys, through your experimentation between this sword of taking and this bow of giving, a sword of kite and the bow of Amita, sort of, you determined that you guys can emulate their abilities and redirect enemy spells through each other using one of these runes, these angelic celestial runes you've been gathering as part of another quest. Q and Medea tried to learn Exalted Flame, the state that makes you an Aurora Elite, this like Super Saiyan like, let's just say, call it what it is. It's Super Saiyan. It's the aura bursting out around you at an extended like aura burst but continued. With absolutely no instruction, no real example to go off of. You just tried to wing it and it didn't really succeed, unfortunately, but you did gain the insight that you might just need to find a teacher, somebody who has more understanding of what Exalted Flame is, and then you might make progress. Who knows? I believe everyone else, I think actually everyone did some Inner Flame training and got their Inner Flame up a little bit more sire saves or longer duration. Not a massive increase, but improvement. Peria studied her mother's spell book, and over the course of 3 months of studying, mastered the most powerful spell in the book, skipping over the other 2 that I created. We'll get to them eventually, I'm sure. I'm going to say that because, I'm going to say because you took the 3 months that learning the other 2 will be easier in the future. It won't take months to learn the other 2. This was all kind of like cumulative studying, but you focused on the Blade of 5 Arts, which is a 5th level spell, I believe, and is pretty versatile and powerful. It's basically a reskinned Bigby's hand with a few more extra abilities tied in. It's very cool. You guys, I'm trying to think of other things accomplished before I get to the sendings. I think that was the majority of like the
Shift.
Oh, yes, Peria, you mastered the ability to use Aurora Shift while in your true aura state to allow what would normally only affect physical abilities to also empower your spells, which is going to be very, very useful because you haven't been a melee fighter for 40, 50 sessions since you kind of shifted over. You started off with a glaive that you used all the time, and then that kind of got petered out. Eldritch Blast beats Glaive. Okay, let's just be clear. It's just better. Sorry. Even Taros Glaive, the legendary weapon, it's just it's a good flashlight. Um,
Cool.
but you got a new cool spear too. I think you got that a couple sessions before the boat ride. The Eldritch Bident. You got that from your not patron, but just your friend, the Emissary. Totally no strings attached there. Um,
Yeah.
I think that's everything though. And then we went on to a multitude of sending spells and scrying done by the party. As you guys caught up with everyone, I believe you spoke with Toloko early on in the journey and learned that he is translating Bartoon's scripts from the vault you found in Calcifel and believes there might be another vault somewhere in Bardest near Lake Amita. You don't know what it may contain, but that's what he's found. At that point, he said he would continue to look into it for you. So he's progressing with that. I'm trying to remember so many sendings. I know.
Galisade.
I was going to say Mira and Galisay had some conversation, which led to Galisay revealing they had a win recently towards the end of the trip, which was they had recovered some necklace from an enemy, and that pinged the idea that Vivian's necklace, Megan's Peria's necklace that she had given to Esorin for safekeeping. Apparently that was what Galisay was referring to, and with some scrying and messaging to Esorin and finding that he had been attacked towards the tail end of the 3-month trip, apparently the Order hadn't been so still for 3 months. They had been planning themselves and planned an attack and an incursion on the Invilium and stole the necklace, the amulet that kept Vivian's soul, prompting Peria to attempt a scry on Vivian, which remarkably worked and showed a living, breathing Vivian back at the Order with her father, Castellus. And I believe you determined with some insight while watching that they're both playing a part. They're both putting on a face. Castellus trying to be the loving father and Vivian trying to be the loyal daughter. But at the end, she caught the eye of the censor with Aurora Eye active and did know innately who was messaging, who was spying on her, and said there's much to catch up on. Other notable sendings, trying to think of, there was talk with Orlith and talk with trying to think of other people that were messaged that's of notice.
Sylvan.
Sylvan.
To Mira.
Yes, Sylvan is working on the bowstring for Mira.
Yeah.
Come back sometime and he might have a magical phoenix feather bowstring, basically, or Sigurd. Sigurd.
I have it. Hold on.
Simurg.
Simurg. Thank you.
Yes.
Jeebus.
I have.
Been a while.
I made
Simurg, and you did make 3 arrows with Naren's help that heal half the target's hit points if struck.
Yes.
So you have 3 half heal arrows using the Simurg feathers, and I think you left just 1 with Sylvan for him to play around with.
Yes, I have the materials to make more Simurg arrows, but we found that maybe I can make them better, so I
there might be
use
more,
all the materials.
There might be more uses of Simurg feathers than that, because Naren's not. She said, like, if you could find someone with more arcane potential, there might be a more enchanting process that could be done there. How many more Simurg feathers do you have for my reference?
I believe it is. I think it's hold on here. So I have ×3 Simurg arrow mats, so materials. Okay. So enough that if I wanted to make 3 more, I could.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. I believe, unless there were any other messages, there were a couple of scries. You scryed on Ravi and Billy and found that they are now best of friends in Renati.
Yes.
Up to hijinks and adventures. I definitely, I actually had that planned for a long time, and I'm so glad you decided to look in on Billy because he's still got his thing going on. The two little mascots of this campaign, honestly, the two little kids, I love them. Must protect at all costs. Avosi went to Renati. He left the
Yes.
party towards the beginning of last session, actually, after discussing with Narkashan about how Bardest treats mages. It's not against the law to be a mage in Bardest by any means, but there are less protections for mages there, and there's this definite stigma against mages there, especially teleportation, which, you know, he makes teleportation circles and teleports and, you know, all sorts of stuff. And yeah, he's not going to the place where he could get beheaded for casting a specific spell. So he left the party and gave you guys the Abdrist bangle,
which I am currently wearing.
Okay, and it has the 75 hit point shield.
Could we have asked him to give him back the Aurora Echo Stone Mark II that he had?
Yeah. Yes. If you guys would rather. Yeah, if you guys would rather have that.
That way we can give it to someone else.
Give it to someone else. Okay, let me look up the Aurora Echo Stone Mark II and
it's paired to me.
It's paired to you. Okay, so I'll just edit, and the cross pair has an open slot.
Cool.
So.
Cool. So, Peria, you have an open earring now to someone that you can give.
Thank you.
They're so pretty. I really do like these.
Yes, very, very cool. So I think we're getting to the end of the. It was a lot of role play, but those were the crux of most of the decisions made. But towards the end, Narkushan did roll out a map after you guys had done a scry on Pizane, and finding that he was in the middle of some sort of jungle fighting monsters. There's a lot of retcon. Last session, for A-Team, I said that all of the people there were wearing like tribal gear and nothing magical.
I figured that was the first group that died with him.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's what you meant,
what
right?
It was.
That's clearly what you meant.
Clearly, I got that.
Yeah.
I did not. There's nothing to retcon. What you guys viewed was his first group.
Yeah, obviously.
It was always the intention.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Give yourself inspiration. That was brilliant.
Yeah.
To point out it was brilliant of you to realize what I was going for.
Yes. Smart enough to realize that you had planned that to be the other group. You wanted us to think that was our people.
Obviously, I'm a master at this.
Yes.
I know what I'm doing. I never know what I'm doing. It's all I make it all up. Anyways. Hydration's important.
It is.
So, after you guys did that scry on Pizane, determined that he was apparently in exile for some reason, you chose not to message him, which we did actually add into the session that in the subplot. You guys never had a. We did have the scry sensor, so you know. Anyways, that was to throw you off. That was somebody else scrying. No. We had it where you guys just left him to do his thing because he seemed like he was in the zone, and you just trust him to leave him to it. But you did pull out a map of Bardest in response to see where he might be, and you determined that he was in the Aurora jungle, the temples of rebirth, remorse, and return, which Narkushan explained meant he was in exile, and did prompt that your party now has a map of Bardest. So this is the map you guys have. I have put the party's token. That's not exactly where you are, but it's close because you're in the tail end of the journey as we pick up. Speaking of which, as we pick up from last session, the party is still aboard the Cleaver, the ship owned by Vex Orion previously. This giant dark wood and heavy metal banded ship with these massive spring-loaded blades on the side, harpoons and spiked cages, a monster hunter's vessel that the four of you have just sort of enjoyed a leisurely cruise on.
Yeah.
The ship is manned by a group of Bardestian warriors and sailors. Narkashan and Naren are with the party currently. Naren has been spending the trip trying to learn how to better attune to the staff, the shepherd's crook. And Narkashan has spent the trip doing pretty much nothing. She didn't really have any self-improvement she needed to do. She's perfect as is. But as we pick up, we still have we're in the tail end of the 3 months, probably like maybe 2 weeks till you guys hit landfall.
Yeah.
I wanted to pick up here. If there was anything else retroactively you wanted to accomplish in the 3 months, we can still do that. Because I know the party still had some things they wanted to accomplish after we did I think we ended last session on the Vivian scry and just kind of left it there dramatically. But there is still some stuff. Who would like to start with the remaining boat tasks?
Chris is like,
I'll go.
Okay, if you must.
Nero, go.
So, first,
Send a bunch of messages to everybody.
well, first, I have 3 arrow ideas for crafting.
Alright,
But I need to ask first, DM,
Uh-huh.
do they have sovereign glue on board?
No. Why would they?
Hello.
Glue repairs to the ship.
maintenance.
That's like an alchemical wonder item. That's not like a just you have it on a shelf.
I have 1 arrow idea for the ship.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, sovereign glue is like in itself a wondrous item kind of
Nope,
thing.
that's fine.
So yeah,
That's fine.
because they might have adhesive, but not
Okay. What?
not permanent sovereign glue. 'Cause
Okay.
Sovereign glue, you
True.
understand,
True.
it permanently adheres things together unless you use a universal solvent. That's a
Yes.
magical item.
Okay. Do they have a powerful adhesive or a strong
say
adhesive?
They have like a very powerful wood glue that they might use in emergency situations to help repair the ship. Like they have repair materials on board. Nothing
Nothing
amazing.
crazy, but
right.
okay. All right.
They have wood and nails as well too.
So
They've got
here's my
materials.
second question.
Sure. I am wondering where this is going.
Yes. So there is a material called. Are you familiar with smoke powder?
Vaguely.
I can
I'm
send.
also.
I can send you the. It matters if they have.
Okay. I will say, unfortunately, you are in a difficult situation where there's no like shop.
Yeah, they obviously have like gunpowder, but I don't know if they have more powerful
Yes.
stuff. Here's what I'm referring to.
Sure.
If they don't, fine, move on. Not a big deal.
It is a wondrous item.
It is. I'm aware. Not, it's for later.
Okay, I will. Since it is something that would make sense to be like in a canon based on the description, let me do a D30 roll.
That's fair.
We like these.
I'm looking for above 20.
Okay,
So
that's
like,
fair.
yeah.
All right.
23. They do.
Okay.
They do.
I'll trade material, give money if I need to. So, I would like to use. So the wording on this, the smoke powder is that when something
Yes.
hits it like abruptly or it is treated roughly, it explodes.
Please don't explode the ship,
I believe it's
sister.
in the final sentence.
No?
of it.
It'll be a stop blowing holes.
It does not say that at all. Oh, it was set on fire, dropped, or otherwise. Right. Okay,
yeah.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Like TNT or something.
Right. Yeah,
oh.
it's basically like nitroglycerin. You shouldn't be interacting with it in any kind of aggressive way.
Right. So it would stand to reason.
Right.
If I put
you put it on an arrow, you hit it with the arrow, it explodes.
Adhesive on the arrow.
Sure.
Then dip the arrow in the thing of powder
Smoke
to
powder.
coat
Yes.
the arrow in the powder.
Yes.
And then my arrow tip would also explode then if I shot somebody.
So, okay, you're right. However, the damage in the item specifies a d6 for a packet or 96 for a keg.
Correct.
So you'd have to coat the arrow in an entire packet's worth to get the d6 of damage.
How much do you imagine a packet to me? That's the part that's
Well, it
unclear
says
to me.
wooden kegs or tiny waterproof leather packets. So just like a little bag full.
Okay.
I'd say with how thin an arrow is, just coating the arrow in glue, you'd get a fine dusting on
But
the
not
arrow,
enough to really do
not a
any.
packet.
Okay.
Not saying you can't do this, but you might need some other way. Like, you could just tie a packet to the
Tie a
arrow,
packet. To the arrow.
True.
Yeah.
That's a fair
right?
point.
So there are other ways, but it's a clever idea. But yeah, don't I already have like explosive arrow or something in one of the arrow options?
Yeah,
Is
you
there
have one that
something
just
similar?
explodes, but I'm trying to have
Well,
it
that's
deal
what this
arrow
is.
damage and get fire damage.
Well,
I'm trying to be extra.
I think that it's already kind of the same. I feel like you're just gilding the lily at this point. It's still it's you're making an explosive arrow that has
Keep-
extra work.
Yes,
because
that's exactly what I'm doing.
literally, yeah, it's the strongest type I have in it. So it's a 10-foot radius. It's already better too. Like, I don't know. It just
I
The
love how the first thing we do when we
He's
get
just
back
there.
to
is
the scene
arrows.
You're
Yes.
You're happy.
force damage extra.
The-
I mean, I'd let you make it a like fire, because it would be a fire damaging rather than, because the one I made has force damage, 5d6
Right.
of force. This would be a fire equivalent. So that's, I mean, that's fine.
Okay.
Yes, Mira, he wants a cookie and the milk. If you give
Yes.
a mouse a cookie, he's gonna ask for a glass of milk, and if you give him the glass of milk, he's gonna ask. It's one of my favorite kids movies.
Yes.
Kids movies, books. Jesus.
So essentially, I can make fire versions of the explosive arrow, is what you're saying.
Sure, yes,
Okay.
but it would not do it simply because the moment it hits impact, the arrow would shatter and explode in the radius. It would not be arrow damage and then also 5d6 of fire damage. It would just be
Okay.
the fire damage.
Okay.
You're just trying to get extra damage on an
Yes.
already pretty strong damaging
Yeah.
arrow.
You don't need more of that. You don't need the boom boom.
I do.
You're okay.
I guess the question.
You already are boom boom.
Right. Thank you, but
Okay.
you don't know when we'll need this, and I'm almost out of those really nice arrows that Peria had.
The really expensive ones that you
the-
wasted.
The really expensive ones that I can't find any more of.
Mm.
That she got from
So-
some other dimension or something.
Oh, the wildfire image.
Oh.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
How many can are you going to allow me to make?
Well, they have a cost listed. So
Okay, that's
that's 500 gold to buy, 750 to craft per arrow. They're not cheap. I'm going to say that unless you tried to steal the smoke powder from the ship, the captain would charge you. Be like, this shit's not expensive. Shit's not cheap. I have to get this from the Caranus Isles. No, I'm not just giving it to you.
okay.
So
Well,
Your
keep it in
hobbies are
mind for an
expensive.
option in the future.
essentially, yes, I'm allowing you to use their stock at the crafting cost to
Okay.
create explosive arrows that are fire element rather than just
Okay.
force. But
Noted.
no.
I just-
That is
I
that
just look
is-
at Winter
that
World and
is
I'm like,
utility
I'm so happy
down
you're
the
still
road, and I
Yes, there you
appreciate
go.
that. All right.
sure,
Now, second arrow,
keeping me
equally as dumb of an idea.
I love it.
So, hear me out.
I will.
Dry arrows.
I don't know what you mean.
Explain.
They probably
I need you to explain
they
that.
probably don't have any of what I need on board.
Are you looking for dust of dryness?
I am looking for dust of dryness.
So there is a precedent I could imagine for crewmates to have dust of dryness.
Sure.
You throw it, and it absorbs several gallons of however much of water
15 by
and just-
15 cube.
and turns it into a tiny pellet. That's pretty useful if you're having to like bail water. you could just throw this down and just. However, this is a
Yes.
Bardestian ship.
Yes.
They're not very magic-y.
That is correct.
I will roll a d30.
Like 25
And
or
if-
higher?
30.
Okay.
If I get a 30,
Okay.
they have the Dust of Dryness on board.
Great.
Uno momento. Because there's no feasible reason they would have this otherwise.
Yeah, that's
It's also an
very
incredibly
fair.
sturdy ship that's not likely to sink.
To need that. Yeah. Very close.
That was very close, but
Yeah.
I'm afraid no.
All right. Anti-water elemental arrow will have to wait.
Mhm.
That's an idea, for sure.
And the last one, the most reasonable one for the type of
Because you guys
ship.
have so much problems with fighting water elementals. They're
Look,
such a hassle,
I want an answer for everything.
apparently.
My final idea, which makes the most sense with
versatile.
the ship,
Sure.
it's something that in the very first session, with more so the first time we ran into it, the very first session with Mira, she wished she had a harpoon arrow to stop that creature from flying away.
So that's hard. That is
Mhm.
less of an
Need
arrow
mechanic.
and more of the bow needing to be modified, because you can
Artificer.
just tie a rope to an arrow. You need a good anchoring point for a harpoon to work.
So I need an
So-
arrow tip that
Heavy duty.
latches itself into the
you
flesh
could,
of
well,
something.
You could easily get like a hooked arrow tip. That's not what you need. What you need is something to anchor it to, like like a harpoon gun, or some anchoring point. Because nothing is stopping you right now from taking a sniper arrow and attaching a rope or a thin chain and using that.
But you
But
won't
then
go
you're
with
just
it.
holding it, and you're not very strong.
So
Yeah, Mira's
correct.
Handed to Q.
Um,
Q, hold.
correct.
Maybe.
Which is why in my mind, I feel like a regular arrow would just slip out more easily. And
I don't know if you know that arrows are not just
they're not
like,
meant to come out. I
no,
get that.
Yeah, they're
I
pretty
And
in
that's
there.
why they're.
I'm looking for
They have they already have like a point. that
I'm
does
looking for it. What I'm hoping to do is give it the functionality of the 5e harpoon. Which is basically you have a rope on it like you're talking
that.
about.
Yes.
And then if somebody grabs that rope, it's a contested strength roll to stop
can
them
already-
from moving.
You can already do that, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
There's no needed for a special arrow
Okay.
for that. What makes a harpoon special is not the curve, it's the stability of the device
Mhm.
you're holding on to restrain the thing. Because you can't really tie it to your bow. That wouldn't really be very stable.
No.
Um,
Or smart.
or smart. No, there's a chance they just pull your bow out of your hands.
Yeah.
This also harpoons. They're particularly useful underwater is also their thing, which you
Yeah.
even with a bow wouldn't be able to use. You can just tie an arrow to a rope, and
Okay.
Honestly, yeah. If you
That's
did
fine.
that and then gave it to Q, Q can go into stone stance. She cannot be pulled when she's in stone stance.
just because you can't be pulled doesn't mean they can't pull free.
That also means they
Well,
can't just
yeah.
pull the arrow out.
Arrow
Right.
out.
That's
Which
fair.
is why I'm
just do
looking to
damage,
get.
probably.
You're
That-
trying to
that's-
get like
enough.
an absolutely inescapable arrow. Like it goes in and just doesn't come out.
It would
no
be
matter
a
what.
save. It would be a save, to be fair. I'm not asking
Right.
for inescapable, never gonna get out of it.
So Matt, may I ask how you would like to make
You
this
just have to get an
special
immovable
arrow?
rod.
That's an idea.
A movable
We-
rod fixes everything.
You're right, but we only get those once per day. We don't have a permanent one.
I know.
Yes.
If we had a
We haven't used that in a
permanent
while, yeah.
immovable rod, then yes, I would do
Mm.
that, shoot it, and click.
But
the...
you have to
Again.
click the if you have it next to you, yeah, you could click the rod with it attached to the rope. That's true. But you're looking for the arrow itself to not be movable. You can't do that
I'm
with a
looking
movable
for
rod.
the arrow itself, the head of it, to be more latching than, because they do make arrows that like rip and tear
yeah.
more than usual.
It's literally the Vox Machina
It's like
Percy
something like that.
bow thing that he gave to Vex.
Yes, I know what you mean. Yes. Like a harpoon, grappling hook kind of like arrow that like yes,
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
So like the harpoon head on as the arrow tip. And
Okay.
it might have to be thicker, and my range will probably go down.
Okay.
Maybe even accuracy too. 'Cause those
Well-
things are heavy.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it would not be the normal range for a longbow. Like, even if it was like the harpoon range, which is 1530.
Okay. I'm trying to find a way to make this fair. Because it just, I mean, I'm still kind of wrapping my head around the difference between an arrow and a harpoon mechanically. They're both not easy to pull out. Like, you might be thinking of modern arrowheads, which are just like a narrow tip. Medieval arrowheads have the broad arrow pointed tip. It already hooks in and tears when you pull. Like, it's not so easy of just like, arrow. Oh, how annoying. That's damaging already. Like,
Yeah.
it tears flesh to do. You could just tie a rope to an arrow, or I'm trying to figure out a way to make like a special version that you can do on the ship.
feel like
With an artificer, I think there's more reason for like a spring-loaded mechanism kind of deal, like maybe. But on a boat, taking a harpoon arrowhead is just an arrow.
Okay.
It's already hooked, is what I'm saying. Like, unless you're adding a mechanical purpose onto this, like Dresden could absolutely help you with exactly what you're going for, but you don't have like a lab here. You don't have a workstation. You don't have tools
Yeah.
and tinkering.
All right, I got somebody else I got to send a message to now.
Okay, sure. I don't think attaching the head of a harpoon is going to give your arrow enough extra to make a difference. You could also just get a harpoon gun sort of deal, like a harpoon as well, if that's what you're going for.
I'm so
Kind
happy
of.
I have you. You're so nice to eat
Bless.
meat, man.
Green arrow.
Don't
I
cost
know.
that
a
reference.
lot.
It's so complicated. All right.
Just shining it.
So
Shining it.
what should I... So I guess I'll take a few arrows and make like, I guess I'll just call it arrow with a rope.
Like a roped arrow or
Roped
something.
arrow.
Rope arrow.
Yes.
Uh,
Okay. I'll in the spirit of trying to permit some special creation, give me trying to think, because I do know what you're trying to go for. Maybe give me a
so I
just a straight dexterity check.
Hmm.
And I do have an idea for something that might be a little bit better
okay.
for what you're going for here.
No.
Okay.
No.
I think there is an idea that maybe you could create an arrow that has like more of like a fishing line or some sort of harder, like a hardier, thicker, like wire that is like threaded through the end of the arrow, like the back end of the arrow. That's not just tied around, so it's a bit more secure. There is something there.
Okay.
I think that the way this will be much easier is if you had like a lab or an artificer or more delicate tools than the ship probably has to do
yeah,
this.
especially Bardestians.
Especially Bardestians. It might
If
be
you want to
somebody in
smash
Sin City.
somebody's face in, we got plenty of axes in the back.
I
Right?
like I do like the idea, and I definitely think there are ways to do this,
Mm.
but would require a gentler, more dexterous touch than
That's fair.
what they have on board.
That's
Okay,
fair.
I'll keep that in mind though. But
Okay.
yes. All right. We're gonna move to someone else real quick, since we got Mira's arrow corner out.
Yep.
Is there anything? I know I'm asking this almost rhetorically. Is there anything you guys wanted to do otherwise? Is there anybody else by any chance that might have their own list of things?
Yeah.
Becky, how about you?
No, I don't got shit.
Okay, well, I guess no one has any. Megan, what do you got?
Well, here, related to Becky.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So I guess, I don't know, maybe somewhere in the journey on the boat, maybe towards the end of the boat, maybe after like scrying on
Probably
Pisces.
taking a nap or something.
Sure.
I guess Peria would kind of just walk up to Medea and be like, so, Medea, how you doing?
It's very hard to sleep on a boat.
Here, one sec.
We're on a boat.
There we go.
We're on the
I'm
boat.
on a boat.
I'm on a boat.
I'm on a boat.
On a boat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Move them
I
around.
just I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot that was happening. I don't know, the last few months going.
We've been on a boat.
I meant before the boat ride.
Oh.
You know, in Dane, you know, your mom, your ex, your sister.
Mm.
Lots of things, yes. That's why I'm sleeping.
Oh, okay. I didn't know how you were doing with that.
Um, are you asking my mental state right
No,
now?
I mean, I'm just trying to be friendly.
I mean, she gets up, I guess, and it's like, oh, I really wish it was more comfortable.
Yeah, boat's not made
Yeah.
for comfort.
No, I don't disagree with you on that. And I feel like I have this constant pain in my left side. But anyways,
Left side. I mean, yeah, a lot of stuff has happened. What about it, though?
well, I don't know. I mean, that's pretty wild having a. I don't know. Family's hard. I guess it's just
That's for sure.
yeah.
I'm okay. I mean, we're going to Bardest. We're going to get some stuff done that we need to get done. Find these shards and stuff too. We need to do that. That's the thing that's kind of important, apparently. So, yeah. I mean, she doesn't really have a lot to say. Because she's still like processing a lot of stuff. That's probably the general sense you get is she's still processing a lot.
Okay. All right.
She's
Fair.
trying not to, be too emotional or too whatever. How about you? How have you been?
It's fine. You know, it's all good. Everything's fine. Probably.
Can I do an
same.
insight check?
Yeah, by all means.
Yeah,
Where is
sure.
it? Where is this going?
Where are we?
Where are we going here? We're on a
Say it.
boat.
We're just two fine people
Yes.
that are totally chill with no mental problems at this stage.
None. Absolutely none.
Haria, if you want to give me a deception check if you're trying to mask it.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, then
So
what
I
is
guess in
Medea
this-
reading?
You're getting probably a similar general guardedness, but not wanting to. She wants to make sure the conversation stays focused on Medea, not her own stuff.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Well,
Well, I mean, I hope you're okay. I mean, you seem physically fine. I think we all just need to get to Bardest.
yeah.
I'm very
that's-
tired of this boat.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I really don't like boats.
I got a little sick in the beginning. It's not
Same.
pleasant.
I feel queasy all the time. Yeah. And
Oh.
writing and reading while on this boat. Oh, man, maybe why it's taking so long to learn these damn spells. But
Whoa.
yeah.
Well,
So yeah, but I mean, you know, if you ever want to just talk or we could fight and we can talk while fighting, sparring, I guess, you know, I'm here.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you. Okay. Well, enjoy your nap. I'm gonna go bother someone else.
No, you're okay.
Okay, I'll just sit here for a minute.
Okay, that's
Okay.
sweet.
I mean, she just woke up from a nap.
yeah, of course. Everyone wakes up and wants to have a deep conversation of
No,
their
that
shit.
makes sense. Yeah. No, yeah, makes total sense.
I mean, the spells. You're like, fuck these spells.
Yeah, fuck these spells, motherfuckers.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wants to take a swing before we go back around to Chris?
Sure. I guess I'll knock Q's one thing out of the way.
Gotcha.
Um, I guess this would be closer towards the end of the boat trip that she would do this.
Almost all of this is, yeah.
Yeah. She would pull out the sending stone to Orlith.
Ah, yes, Mama.
Mama.
Hey, love, you got a minute to talk?
The sending stone would pick up like, oh, yes, of course, of course. What can I help you with, dear?
Well, two things. First, back when we were in Sicile, talking to, all of the emperors and empresses after the
Yes, the trial. I
Yeah.
remember it.
They made it seem like they knew the real history of what happened, with me.
Hmm.
And I wanted to know, did you?
I didn't know everything. Your sister asked me before she went into Zizant to look things up, to look into things on the Violet clan. And I did. And I learned a bit. Not as much as you know, clearly. It was buried, I'm afraid. A lot of the clan's leaders back then didn't want any memory of their coup, so to speak. That's why the legend of Arcus became what it was. A legendary sword that defeated a violet dragon. It was all very poetically covered up to sound like a fable or a fairy tale. Very few, I think, have the true understanding of who Andorius was. I think, dear, the reason they knew was because you told people in Zizant, and they reported it. If you recall, you were held for 3 or 4 days in interrogation after leaving Zizant. The emperors were probably told by their subordinates who escaped with you. I don't think they had some sort of insider knowledge all along.
Okay. I don't suppose in that research of yours, if you discovered what did the true Violet Aura do exactly?
From the legends that I found, and again, a lot of it was buried, True Violet Aura had a dark tinge to it, which now I see is very similar to what you all know as the Merc nowadays. But I believe instead of applying decay, it halted the effects of it. When warriors would enter a state of true Violet Aura, they would feel no ill effect of decay. They could spend without hindering themselves. It made them demons on the battlefield. It's what made them so powerful that all 5 of the other clans had to band together and, I suppose, create you.
Holy shit.
Language, dear.
Language.
Sorry. I thanks. It's just, I've been wondering that for a while because, as you said, we're dealing with the Merc and the Black Aura, and I was like, it's just weird because in some kind of weird way, I'm kind of the last member of the Violet clan alive, if you think about it, being that Andorius adopted me.
Perhaps not by blood, but yes, through honor you would be.
And I just wanted to know, if there was a connection between the two, but honestly, I'm glad that it's not the case, it seems.
No, I do not believe that True Violet Aura was the Merc. I just think they were similar. in some ways. Both related to decay, but whereas one applies it and amplifies it, the other negates it in some way.
Okay. Cool. So thank you for that.
Of course, I'm glad I could help put you at ease.
I suppose the second thing is asking the group and DM. Did you ever explain to Orlif about what Mira's friend told her about, dying?
Silben, what
Yeah.
Silben mentioned. I don't think you did. I think that was something you kept to yourself. I think I could be wrong unless someone
I
has
think
note
so.
elsewhere.
Unless Carrie was told.
I don't think you told your mom you might die, especially considering Silben did spend a wish spell to prolong it anyways, to try and buy you time.
Mm.
I don't think so now.
Okay. So a while back, I went and saw a friend of Mira's.
I see.
Long story short, he told me that he believes if I don't restore the auras of the clans with the help of the beasts,
Yes.
the Kirin would eventually consume my magical and life energy to help the clans to sail.
I see. Well, you were almost done collecting them, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you now, because, it kind of leads into my actual reason for bringing this up. See, I was going to be restoring the auras regardless, even the kobolds, because of OC.
Yes, the dear tiefling boy.
But obviously now, because if I don't, Karen's going to use up my energy. The thing is, the Kieran is only here for sit, and once I get the beast to represent Cobalt, the Kieran won't be needed. And I don't know if that means Kieran is going to stay with me, or if it might decide to go wherever it came from.
Oh, I believe, from the little knowledge I have of the whole situation, I believe the Kirin is dead, and it's just the last bits of it are on you.
Maybe.
Well,
But
I that's why we use Kirin horn and hair and eye, and the Kirin gave itself up for the clans. It sacrificed itself a long, long time ago. What
well, the
I
thing is,
believe you may be misunderstanding its existence. I don't think it has. I don't think it has the choice of where it happens to it.
so I'm just confused though, because if I didn't restore the auras with the beasts, how would it then just siphon my energy to give it back to Sale?
The legend says that each clan took a piece of the Kirin with it. And those pieces are what led to the true auras, the addition of the celestial mingling with our aura. I never knew what piece the Violet clan took. until I met you. I'm fairly certain now that it took the soul of the Kirin. And I believe that is what you have within you. It is not alive, but it is still here. I don't think it has much choice in what happens to it, but it still has will. I am not happy to hear that its will might involve killing you, even if to benefit the clans. I don't know what's going to happen to it, dear. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going to happen to you. But I'll help however I can. I'll try to see what I can find out, but I'm afraid this is a topic that I don't expect many of the emperors to have information on.
No, I wasn't expecting you to have an answer, Mom.
I understand.
I hate this emotional stuff, but in case when I
Don't say
restore
it. Don't say it. I know. But you're going to restore it. You're going to do this. I know you will. I have faith in you. And your sister and your friends. You've done wondrous things already. Do not cloud your mind with what may happen. Remain focused on the task. I'm sure your friends and everyone back here will support you however we can. And if it does kill you, I will find whatever spell I need to in whatever tome hidden away in whatever dungeon to drag its soul out of the beyond and kick its ass.
Oh my god, I needed that so much. Thank you, Mom.
You're welcome, dear. I love you too, and your sister. While I have you here, though, this is good timing. I've been meaning to reach out. I just didn't know what would be a good time. If you could, please, fetch Peria, and if you could both touch the stone and we could talk.
Yeah, sure. Just give me a minute. I guess you would ask one of the crew members where Peria is if they know.
Yeah, it's not a very big boat.
Yeah.
And you guys are now very familiar with the crew. They direct you to wherever Peria is, probably finishing up a conversation with a sleepy Medea.
Hey, Peria, Mom wants to talk to us both, and she'll hold out the stone so you can touch it.
So you join the collect call, the group call.
Hi, Mom.
Hello, dear. Your sister reached out to me, and it was a good opportunity I felt to speak with both of you. I have been in contact with your cousin, my nephew, Renault.
Just spy on him later.
Things have developed in Susail. The Verdant clan has been gaining traction amongst the people. They've united with the Crimson after their aura was restored a few months ago. And apparently there were some remarkable developments.
Oh.
It's theorized that the Cobalt clan may be trying to gather blood of each of the emperors for some reason. There's something they're trying to accomplish, and I'm not sure what it is, but it's not very good, and there's been pressure put on the Crimson clan lately to step up. Apparently, the alliance between the Cobalt, the Alabaster, and the Golden has been waning. There's been some infighting reported.
That's good.
Yes. But it's also concerning. The Cobalt have gained more traction than I expected, even without their aura. We're not quite sure how.
Assume help of some kind. Who would want to help the Cobalt?
I don't know. But
Yeah.
I'm going back to Susail.
Oh,
Renault has agreed to relinquish the throne to me. He doesn't feel capable.
We don't trust Renault, right?
I don't feel distrust towards my nephew. I just don't think he's... I don't think he put enough stock into what it meant to be emperor and just wanted it until he had to face war. Regardless, I can do more good there than I can here. I've enjoyed my time in Renati, don't get me wrong, especially seeing you two as often as I have. But I can't help the gnawing feeling that with the way things are going there, they need me. My people need me. And my exile was willing, it's never been enforced.
Thank you for that.
Of course.
Are you gonna take anyone with you?
I hadn't quite considered it, but I will speak with Lord Dior and see if there's anyone he could send along. I would offer Orlanasi to come along, but she's engrossed in that clinic.
Yeah.
you can see if maybe a voice might want to go with you.
I would think that too, but he's busy with the Aegis. It's a whole thing here.
Well, then you might want to relay a message to the other emperors once you get there, if, they're so inclined that if they put a fucking hand on you, I will tear them all down.
I will keep that in mind.
Sorry for the language, Mom.
It's quite all right. I'm sorry if I'm not quite myself today. Your timing is impeccable. I only came to this decision a few days ago. I've been in contact with Strike of the Verdant. His team, the Claw, are going to be safeguarding me, I believe.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
They made a new claw? I thought.
Yes, apparently there was a reformed unit towards the beginning of your voyage, actually, 2.5 months ago. I've heard good things. They seem quite capable.
Oh, good.
Okay. Well,
If Strike picked them, then they've got to be good.
yeah. Just be careful.
I know. I will, and it sounds ridiculous saying it as you're on your way to Bardest, but you too. Please, do be careful. And once you've resolved your business there, and I know it may take some time, maybe stop by Susail if you have the time. I know there's the business in Bardest. I know you have greater responsibilities to the world as a whole, but I would feel good seeing you again before you go rushing off to some civil war in Bardest, or to fight gods in Dane, or to slay time itself in Calcifel. I don't know. You girls are doing some crazy things. Here I am talking about going off to war myself.
Yeah. We're close by at least.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, keep your studies up. I want to see all 3 of those spells when we meet again.
Yep. Got one down.
That's a start for sure.
Yeah. I don't know how you use a book to learn spells. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Sorceress powers.
Learning.
It's difficult.
Reading. And I like reading.
It's a different kind of reading, trust me, I know.
Yeah.
It's a bit dry, unfortunately.
Oh, so dry, but this one is really cool. Thanks for sharing.
Of course. I'll be happy to share more when we meet again if is needed.
Thanks.
Q.
Yeah.
Keep your head on straight. Don't lose focus. Don't lose faith in each other.
Of course not.
I love you both very much. We will see each other again soon.
You bet you will.
All right. And the stone cuts off. I'll mark number 1 off of my things to tell the players list.
All right, that's fine. She's got like 5 more.
Yes.
Ah.
Who knows what the Verdant Claw's next mission might be, guys? Who
Oh
can
man,
tell?
who
No.
knows?
Okay.
Well, Q, while I have you,
Yeah?
you want to go spar? I'm bored. I'm tired of reading.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, let's go. Okay. Go down to the training room.
Okay.
And then, quick question. So Q has been aging, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's been like...
It's like subtle
months, but
aging,
yes.
right? It's not
Her-
like...
her
Q is...
Yeah, her hair's a
Q's
little
hair is
longer.
grown. Yeah.
Sure.
Q is showing signs of cell growth. Yes,
Cell
she
growth,
is
okay.
aging, but it's not
Okay.
like she's grown enough to notice like
Rapidly.
significantly.
So I forget, because how old does Q look?
Well, it's never been said specifically, but I
Okay.
think we've always estimated somewhere like 12 to 13, like
Okay.
Yeah,
early
early
teens.
teen.
Okay, so still like the rounded face.
Yeah, that's the reason
probably.
people can still tell she's a kid,
Just-
like
right. Okay.
because like, oh, she might just be a halfling. No, she still has childlike features.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm before.
Pre-puberty,
Okay. Cool. All right. So while
although
we're
she's 900 years old.
yeah,
Well, ignore that.
Yeah, well.
so while we're fighting and hitting things, and Peria is doing her best, but Q, you're just hopefully taking it easy. 'Cause I know Link noodle on this.
It's so funny because you used to be able to do what I do.
Yes, yeah.
Ha! He was like, "Ha! You used to be good."
Well, no,
I'll
she
just
never
blast.
actually,
Imagine,
she
like,
never actually saw that.
One of the barbarians watching you guys train is like, wow, that kid's kicking your ass.
Yes, she is. She's wonderful. Go do something else to do. Go away.
Oh, jeez, just saying, it's a little embarrassing. He
Jeez.
just like goes off to do some other job.
Do a quick prestidigitation and make it smell like he farted as he walks by someone.
He walks by someone, the person goes, nice.
Ah, damn! I forgot Bardest. Anyways.
Yeah.
Uh,
I didn't even know I didn't even know I made that one.
God.
Didn't even feel it. Just squeaked out, I guess.
you literally just starts laughing in the middle of the fight.
Well, good. I'm glad you're laughing because I haven't heard that in a while.
It's been a
maybe.
bit.
It's been a bit, yeah.
Ever, baby? It's hard
Maybe
to say.
ever.
One thing
I
that
don't
gets
know.
you to laugh: fart jokes.
Yeah.
Farts in general.
Yeah.
He's still a kid.
Yeah, well, it's fair. So we're almost done with this gathering of, aura or celestial beasts.
Yep.
How do you feel about all this? Are you like nervous? Are you excited? Are you
I
relieved?
just went through this with Mom. Okay.
Ah,
I
dang
guess I
it.
should have had you in the conversation from the start.
Oh,
Sorry, I guess
well, it's fine.
I thought we could have talked more in person, but
Yeah. I just worry about you,
alright. He looks around like, are the warriors that were there like kind of off the run now?
Yeah, I mean, there's some. The ship has activity almost everywhere at most times, but they're doing things. They're managing a ship. They're not paying attention to you.
Alright, she will walk back to Feria. I will say this now, and I will deny it if you ever bring it up.
Okay.
I am a little worried that once the last order is restored, something is going to happen to me where I might not be here anymore because of it. Because I don't know what I am, and if for whatever reason, like the Kieran's power is no longer needed in this world, and he just like goes dormant or whatever, and then because maybe the Kieran's power is what's keeping me here, I don't know. So yes, I'm a little worried.
Okay. Well, I'm sure Mom said that she would do everything to keep you safe. And
Yeah, see,
I'm doing that too, okay?
yeah. Again, I will deny this if you ever bring this up, so don't even try it.
I know I won't bring it up. But
Bucket.
Baka.
I'm here, and we're
I
gonna get
appreciate
through this together.
Thanks. I hate emotions.
That's okay. I'll look around real quick, make sure no one's watching. Give Q a quick hug.
Picking his nose in the corner.
Drop it.
In public, really?
Look, I did it quick. No one saw.
It's this right here. It's
Grappling
the
technique.
nickname.
Yeah.
No.
It's that.
Mm.
Yep.
The Drake
Yes.
and
Drake and
Josh.
Josh.
Yes.
Drake and Josh, yes, precisely. The quick hug. Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
basically. Okay. Right. So, is there anything else you two want to do before we move back to Chris and Mira? Okay, Mira. Oh,
No, yeah, I'm good.
okay. Mira, what is your next
Alright, I
on your
know
list?
Harriet did this all the time. I don't need a stone to do this all the time. I can do this too. Alright, who should I test it on? Who should I test it on? I got it. Elias.
Oh my god!
I haven't heard that name in a while.
Oh man! Okay.
Making me
Yes.
Wait, who was Elias again?
Your bard. That's been.
back.
It was supposed to be keeping an eye on you guys. That little do you know was supposed to be chronicling your adventures when you were plague wardens of Imperia was, and then it just sort of got crazy, and then you guys teleported across the world back and forth like 5 or 6 times, and you have no idea where he is anymore.
Alright.
Fun.
Just watch, he's on the damn boat with us. He's like heaving in the back, like
one of the barbarians like turns slowly and pulls them out. I mean, he is a changeling.
Huh?
You do know he's a changeling.
that'd be freaking impressive, man.
Yeah, it would. Considering how much we teleport around.
Yeah.
Bardest. Des. That's all I say.
You just message Bardest, and he knows it came from you.
Hey, it has your accent.
No, he knows. The message spell, the sending spell, like he'd know the sender.
Yeah, it magically lets him know.
All right.
You get a reply. You bitch. I haven't heard from you motherfuckers in months, and you tell me Bardest? A little busy these days. You're old news.
You're all this.
That's it.
That's awesome. He's just like, screw you guys.
I don't like the way he said your old news.
17 insight. Miram, the last you saw of him, he was getting on a boat to go to Bardest with Lord Farrell, and then you guys teleported and got captured, and then you guys walked around Bardest, and then you teleported out of Bardest, and you teleported away from this place, and then that place, and then this place, and then that place. There is no feasible chance he ever kept up with you guys. He probably got arrested at some point on the boat.
True.
I think with a 17 insight, he's pretty fed up with following you guys.
Cool.
All right, so that little guy in the underneath the DMs thing, Yeah, he's not following us around anymore.
Probably not. No,
No?
you feel pretty comfortable that he realized it ain't worth it because you guys were the worst people to try and follow, unfortunately.
But we would have been the most amazing story.
He's
Biggest
probably a little sad.
scoop.
He's missing out on some crazy epic, but he wants to live too.
Yeah, I
fair.
get it.
But yeah,
Survival.
Okay. No, fuck you. Next.
For the weak.
after
That's
literally
for the weak journalists.
4 months, 3-month boat trip plus like a month before since you've seen him, 4 months. You're like, let's throw him a little. You bitch! How dare you? That's amazing. I love
That's
that.
gonna be a sore spot for him for a hot minute. Yeah.
He's gonna be sitting wherever he is, like, how quickly could I get to Bardest?
Back to his mind.
All right.
Yeah.
Funny.
Next message is to Avosi.
Oh, okay.
Hello. Just wanted to say thank you for traveling with us and helping to keep us alive. This is like gonna be towards the end of the trip when we're like,
most of
like
this is.
pretty much whenever land is in sight.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
We've almost made it there safely. Good luck, friend.
Replies pretty quick. Oh, hey, thanks. It was fun most of the time. Doing good here. Found my purpose. Doing good work. Be safe. Live well, die well? I don't know.
You know, maybe you shouldn't wish somebody to die well, but
Is this another sending?
yeah. But
Okay.
Thanks, Avosi.
Well, you're a caster, kinda, and you're going to the place where they kill us. I wasn't sure. I don't. Sorry, I didn't mean. And he cuts off here.
Yeah, that's about right. One will probably be more so mid.
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 Very mid.
Pretty mid.
To our other.
Ah. Okay.
Oh, mama.
Right. Aloe Vera, was it? Aloe Vera? God, I have to get the name.
Elonea.
Elonea, yes,
not
thank you.
aloe vera.
I said aloe vera. I
It
should
sounded
in a V.
you sounded like you said aloe vera. I'm sorry.
I like that better though.
It's
Yeah.
funny.
Elonea. Right, yes. Elonea. Varos.
Hello.
Our half sister.
Figured I would.
No,
No, our mother. Figured
Talon
I.
is the half sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Figured I would keep in touch this time. How is the Bardestian camp? I kind of killed Vex.
That's it.
That's it.
Well, good of you to check in. Things have been crazy. Bardestians left in a hurry. Can't say I'm not broken up about it. Less revenue, but less headache. Do stay safe. You and Medea. That's it.
Another message. If cult of animosity, they bad. You and stepfather should use your power to remove them from town for safety.
Is that it?
That's it. I have pre-written stuff.
Define bad. They've been here. Pretty much everywhere, really. I don't trust them. They seem crazy. But President Dane has ordered we allow them to stay. No trouble yet.
What else? Okay.
They're going to cause trouble. Tried to burn down Valertane. Right? Valertane? Is
Yeah,
the name
yeah,
of the town?
Valentina. Valentina, yeah.
Thanks to us, that was avoided. President, you told us he's not himself, or did you tell us any of that, Peria?
I would have.
I think
would've
Perry would have
Okay.
explained the whole. I think,
Uh-huh.
yeah, because then
Yeah,
that got
Zamira
relayed
was
to,
like,
to Dior.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I was aware before
Yeah,
I
oh, yeah, yeah,
kept
yeah, yeah.
talking. President is not himself.
Is that it?
Watch your backs.
Oh. There's a bit of a pause before. I will keep that in mind. Not going to get on President's bad side, but we'll try to limit interaction. I trust you. Even if it means less profits.
Oh no.
No, my money. I'm sorry.
This place is expensive!
Yeah, well. Can't pay her to sing for free. Alright. Okay. Mom's aware of that. Thanks, Avosi. Haha, Elias.
Funny.
Yeah. Elena, she really is Mr. Krabs.
A little bit.
Hello, Dresden.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Here
I
we
think I
go.
have a fun project for you to work on. How have things
doesn't
been
have
coming
enough.
along? It's been a
He doesn't
while.
have
He's had
enough
time for a change before we
It has,
visited.
It has. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is over days, and I can do it 4 times per
Yeah,
day.
absolutely. Oh, yeah, just pretty much as much as you want. Reply comes back, not too long. Oh, hey. Going okay here. Still some surveillance from the monks, but getting better. New project sounds fun. Any progress on Vigilus? Let me know. I'll refresh Chris's memory.
Remind me on what Vigilus.
Yes. You guys have a quest from him to go to the Invilium and to seek the old monastery of the monks to find his notes. Dresden had notes back then from that place, and he could create basically a turret for the party, like a deployable turret minion called Vigilus.
It's in my notes somewhere.
Yeah.
But Chris forgot about that.
I know, that's why I brought it up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's fine. You guys don't really have... Going to the Invilium's kind of a thing, you know?
I'm writing it in my note now on my sticky note that I'm gonna throw away eventually.
Yes.
And I'll forget about it.
Yep.
I'm not a note taker, everybody.
That's how it
as you
works.
can tell.
I know.
We have a Peria or a Megan, so we're good.
Yes.
She knows
Thank
everything.
God for that.
I'd be
you
like,
guys
what?
would remember nothing.
I don't remember shit.
Haven't had the time to visit Invilium. Do you think you could make a latching arrowhead? Something to attach itself better.
Immediate response. Like a harpoon. Yeah, I could do that easily. Don't know when you'll be in town next, but I'll get some whipped up. I know you're good for it.
Like her. That's that. That one that came up. Peria, do you want to do some messages? Do you want to take a turn? Because you probably have a bunch.
Sure, I'll do a couple.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. And I'm sure there's a bunch of mirrors too.
There are.
I couldn't have guessed.
Ah,
You guys
okay.
have nothing but 3 months of open time. I'm imagining there's gonna be some scrying and lore and yada yada.
I guess beginning of
Medea's sleeping.
boat ride. I'll look at the chronometer, and I know like the time change across the continents. I'm assuming it's probably fairly.
There
common
are time
knowledge.
zones, yes. Yeah,
Right.
if it's daylight in Bardest, it's probably nighttime in Dane. Like they're far enough apart. It's
So I would at night in Bardest time message Frost.
So like morning for you, basically.
Right. Like 6 in the morning. Like, oh god, I gotta wake up and make a message. All right. To Frost. Maybe potential ally, Cardinal Vost. Unknown if still powerful in chain of command, but someone at least.
What point in the journey did you do this?
Beginning, like month.
Beginning of the
month
journey?
1.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'd get a reply. Good to know. That is interesting. Maybe the other me will work that angle. I believe I know what you're getting at. Loyalty is to me, not the Order. That's good to know. Thank you.
One more follow-up. Had conversation with Ein and sparked idea. Ew. Also, Leviathan in custody somewhere. Potential leverage point if needed.
Immediate reply. Perfect. Exactly what I needed. Thank you.
Don't send a message, but hey. Sure. Okay. Cross that off my list. Also early into the trip, Avosi.
Okay.
Hi. Question. Is there a way to detect when sendings are being spied on? Not sure if you were told that info while in Cobalt.
Pretty quick reply. Oh, not really. It's hard. Spying is not done on the sending spell. It's someone reading the mind of the caster or sender. So if you are sure neither is that risk, then good.
Do you know of long distance mind reading?
Long distance, not really. Mostly it's spy or something. There are scientists in Cobalt that have ability to concentrate on 2 things and can be invisible and reading. Kinda crap, honestly.
Bullshit.
Yeah, that's the word, more like. you guys may have encountered one
We did, on
in
the
the
Verdant.
Verdant Claw.
Yeah.
There was a specialist in that specific thing.
Yeah. Two
He's not having a good
concentrations.
time right now.
No, he's probably very much in pain or dead at this point.
Yeah, but Peria didn't know of that, so needed to get the
Yep.
the in-game knowledge. Okay,
The knowledge juice.
all right, get that good old knowledge juice. All right,
Yeah.
I have a couple more sundlings if you wanted to switch back to somebody else. So.
I can.
Well, I think this would be a good spot actually for the DM to step in.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh, there we go.
Let's step in.
Um,
For battle, Medea's like, yes.
We're gonna be.
Finally.
This is close to the end of the trip. Toloko
Okay.
reaches out to
Oh.
Peria.
Cool.
Now, you guys have a stone, right?
Yes, we
With
do.
Toloko? Great, so I
I
don't have to
have the
bring.
stone. No, if you don't burn spells.
Hmm.
Testing, Peria, are you available, or are you fighting a kraken or something?
No, surprisingly, that was last week. Your timing is impeccable.
Gotcha. Well, good to know. I just wanted to touch base. It's been a bit, and I've been doing a lot of reading. I finished the manuscripts from the Bartoon Vault you found in Calcifel.
Yes. I'm so glad you did.
Yes, a lot of it was very dry. The man was very detailed in note-taking, and it was a lot of formulaic processing and testing and yada yada. He was trying to replicate purification serums and such there, and I believe you found a few of his samples at the vault.
Yeah,
But
great.
I did find a few other interesting bits out.
Oh, yes.
I do have confirmation of the vault I mentioned near Lake Amita.
Yes.
It appears that this specific site, by the way, interestingly, the vault you found that had his staff in it was marked number 6, and I believe was the latest and last of the vaults, which means there are 5 more elsewhere. I don't know which number this one at Lake Amita might have been, but based on the notes he mentioned in reference to the water he gathered from Lake Amita, it's interesting. In the beginning of the notes, he mentioned that the effects he had on the water were being propagated, which leads me to believe that the water was not magical before he got there.
Oh.
Yes, which I guess would mean that Bartoon made the lake healing, the special water that we know Bardest has. Apparently, he may have left his notes there on the matter. Which means if you can locate this vault, if you have the time, I know you're going to be quite busy, they may have notes on how we could replicate the healing water back here in the Holy Land. And perhaps have our own renewable pool of rejuvenating water. So, if you have the moment, it would be quite beneficial to the war efforts and whatnot, since the war didn't stop as we'd hoped it would. Just putting that up. Put a pin in that one, really.
Yeah.
Big pin.
Yes.
Very big pin.
I also believe he mentioned a vault in Bardest as well, but I will need more information to pinpoint the location. Perhaps if you find something at the vault in Bardest, it may have leads on other locations.
I have a guess where it probably is, but
You know what? That doesn't surprise me for some reason.
yeah.
Personal update, I'm up to 6th level spells.
Wow, you surpassed
Ooh.
me.
I know.
Congratulations.
Well, I had several hundreds of years of spellcasting before this, so I'm just kind of relearning. It's not that hard. Damn fucking lich. Anyways, I still don't know where he is, but
Me neither.
mostly I've been putting my efforts on other
I
aspects.
appreciate your focus. on
I know you do, and that's why I'm doing it. I thought you'd like to know some of the goings-ons around Renati.
Yes.
Your mother apparently has recently departed for Susail. I'm not sure if she
Yep.
reached out regarding that.
She
Okay,
did,
okay.
thank you. Yep.
Good. I thought I'd lead with that one.
Appreciate that.
The little, the tiefling boy of OC, he's been remarkably useful as late. He came to Renati when the beginning of your trip, stating he wanted to make himself of use to the town, and Lord Dior put him to work creating defenses for the city. And you would not believe, it's not the most powerful thing, but there's like a pause, and like you're not sure, but you feel like Toloko like takes like almost like a sigh. It is a bit impressive. Shimmering blue dome across the entire city. It's
wow.
remarkable. He calls it a lesser Aegis. Apparently it's something his capital in the Cobalt uses. He's got a few other Abdrists under his watch, and he's made quite an improvement on our defenses here. So just don't be surprised when you come back and the sky's a little tinge of blue more than you're expecting. A little darker shade. I've also kind of been skirting around it, but I guess there's no really avoiding it. We should discuss your father.
Oh, great. That's actually the conversation I was going to ask Dior if I could have.
Ah, I see.
But go
Well,
ahead.
I'll preemptively.
Oh boy.
My feelings on your father are very clear.
Understood.
Yes, most of us do.
Yes.
However, I can't deny his progress has been impressive. For the last 3 months, he has opened a clinic with the help of Orlinasi and Leviathan. This feels like the Twilight Zone at this point.
It does, yeah.
Which is a realm I've been to 3 times.
What?
Nothing. Anyways,
Twilight, I feel like she's that Dragon Slayer, what?
perhaps. He has improved to the point of having the assistance of the Sunflame Faith, even.
What?
I know. I would
Like
never
just rock down for a hot second,
Yeah.
just laugh,
Yeah,
and then picks
that's-
it back up.
You pick it back up in the middle of a conversation, and honestly, Filianor has just been ridiculous lately. I've never heard her say things like, "That man's not a demon," you know. I don't know.
You have to repeat all of that and then up to the.
Okay. Basically, Filianor does not forgive him, certainly, and I don't blame him. I don't blame her. I don't either. But there's been more cooperation than I'd expected.
Wow.
He's still surly. He still heals people in a way that seems like it's their fault they got hurt. I don't understand why.
Checks out.
But I can't help but admit he's changed a bit. Something about this whole process has humbled him, I think.
Well, finally. Dear
Still an
Lord.
immeasurable prick, but
Oh.
one that devotes himself to his work. I think you will be proud when you see him. Don't give him too much credit, though. It's mostly Orlinasi and Leviathan, I'm sure. Which, that being said, Leviathan apparently isn't a horrid villain either. He's been given some rights within the city by Lord Dior, since he apparently divulged a number of important secrets regarding the Order. He's earned his freedom, but under very close surveillance, much like your father. Oh, and I just want to let you know that Billy is doing quite well. He has
I know.
moved.
He and Robbie are best friends, yeah.
I see. You have been practicing your scrying abilities, I assume. Just so you know, it can be a little invasive to spy a bit too much, but just from one Arcanist to another, just don't tell them you've spied on them and they won't care.
Yeah. Yeah. That checks out.
Yes.
Thanks for the tip.
Of course, of course.
Have you been spying on us?
Sorry, I have to go now. Amelia is preparing lunch. She's getting into cooking, the dear. She's started up a hobby. I'm afraid she's going to poison me one of these days, but
Probably.
we'll see.
So,
It's
tell
been
her
so
hello.
good catching up. Yes, of course. And with that, Toloko will let you go with the knowledge that there is, in fact, a vault in Bardest and possibly in Gardus. And the last vault that you found, the first one that you found, had like the chronolometer and the shepherd's crook and the mirror of
There's
the
gonna be some
past.
Good shit in these vaults.
Pretty much. It was also protected by a really hard encounter with an iron golem and everything.
Horse
so
it.
who knows what might be at this one? We'll see.
a clay golem.
Yeah, yeah.
Flesh golem.
Got any of his family's arrows?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. There might be something in there for you guys. Who knows? Okay.
I'll share that with the group. Make sure everyone knows everything.
Okay.
Minus the don't tell people.
Man, you
Yes,
always
I
catch
know.
me when I'm
Scratch.
sleeping or half asleep.
What do you mean you don't have any dust of... Sorry, what, Padia?
Bleh.
Oh.
Bah.
That's
Oh.
funny.
Well, that is
Things. I think we
more
should-
things to do in Bardest.
Right,
Right.
and maybe that can be our thing that you ask for, Mira, as we're chatting with Zivadona
Right,
about
I
your
suppose.
claim keeperness. Maybe we can, instead of
That's right, I technically was the
Yeah.
one who killed Vex, wasn't I?
You were, as Nurkashan kind of walks
Ah!
in. Which I was kind of
Wow.
wondering. It's a small ship. I've been here the whole time. But I was actually wondering about that. None of you seem to actually want the position of claimkeeper. You have apparently bigger things going on. So, what are you going to ask for instead?
Wait, we still get something?
You killed a claimkeeper. I mean, I'm not saying there'll be a prize, but there will be an audience.
I
We can
mean,
ask at least.
what time was this? At the end of
This is
the-
towards the end. Toloko
Okay.
came to contact
Okay.
Peria with an
I just wanna
update,
make sure.
like in the last 2 weeks of the boat trip.
Okay. Probably to get Paisane out of exile. That's a start.
We don't know that.
You do actually remember the whole
Okay.
scry thing. Yeah,
That's why I asked.
you don't know he's out of it,
Right,
but
right.
yeah. I see. Well, bit of a waste, but
Well, also,
At least mine. We all get one, right?
I was
Well,
I
wondering,
would not assume that.
probably just one collective thing, but how about we throw everything out on the table?
I mean, free passage in Bardest that's a question. Is there claim immunity?
That's a
Diplomatic
touchy
immunity.
subject. There is technically claim immunity, but it's complicated. I'm claim immune as a member of the Eternal Fane, but
Eternal Flame or Fane?
Fane, Fane.
Oh,
Okay.
this is a new thing.
It's
Never heard before.
your
That's
people
lovely.
would call it a shrine or a temple to Zivadona. You would call me a cleric or a priest, something of that sort. But we don't hold mass for the people. We are closer to what you would call a city guard.
Oh.
We cannot be claimed, nor can claims be levied against us or our belongings, but only while we are in service to the Fane. You very likely could... I don't want to speak on behalf of the claim chieftain, but if you... I know what you're trying to do for a little, but you haven't told me everything, but if your offer for the claim chieftain is favorable, I'm assuming she would allow you some degree of freedom throughout the city. I can't speak for her, though. She is fickle, as she
Right.
has the right to be.
I think it's not a bad idea to ask for claim immunity and passage in her land to...
I should also note that you're all strong enough you don't need to worry about claim immunity. Claim immunity is really meant for the weak who need to serve a particular function.
We're not.
If someone tries to claim you, you could just kill them.
Ooh, that's a good option. I
I
like that
prefer to
option.
kill. I prefer not to kill. I prefer to just beat them down.
All right, fine, maim,
Maim.
wound, whatever you want to call
Maim.
it.
I mean, if we kill them, that means they're not going to be a problem again later.
Well, what we
See?
could do is kill them and then revive them and make them. Just kidding.
Okay,
I didn't say
see,
that.
that doesn't work.
At this point, Naren comes in. It's like, I heard the talk of rampant murder.
Well, so if somebody tries
They
to
were talking
claim
about-
us, but then we beat them, then they become ours.
Kashan, not necessarily. If you counterclaim, if you claim them in response, perhaps. But typically, when someone claims something, you're just defending against the claim. You get to keep what they were trying to take. You don't necessarily take from them, unless
Okay.
you make your because
My brain
the
is tired.
it's really not that complicated.
I don't
If you levy a claim against someone, a challenge, they have the right to respond with a champion. They do not themselves have to fight. So if you were to try to
Oh.
counterclaim, you may not be fighting the person themselves.
So they cheat and they're squeamish and they're afraid to fight the person that. Okay, all right. They
So
bitch
that
out.
is how
Got it.
merchants live in these lands.
Correct. If you
Oh.
were to, for example, if you were to walk into a shop and decide to claim a magical item on the shelf and not pay for it, the
Mm.
merchant would run it up to the person who owns him. And that person might run up to the person who owns them. Until eventually you're fighting one of the 5 claimers of Bardest. And they are not someone you want to cross.
Let's not do that. Let's just not claim anything. Let's just
It-
stay out of the
it's-
claiming business.
Well, aren't like
honestly-
2 of them dead now?
Oh no, I did not mean claim keepers. There is a difference.
Oh.
A claimer is a self-given title, realistically. They're just people who own a lot of Bardest. They own entire industries in Devestorland.
I was under
And
the
they are-
impression that Zivadona.
This is
She
a
owns everything,
Okay.
technically speaking.
this is a whole new kind of capitalism.
I suppose. The 5 I would recommend you watch out for the most are Caprillo, Skier, Delvec, Elastirith, and Benar. Those 5 are particularly dangerous and influential.
Who's 2 and 4 again?
Let's see. Let me go through.
Alright.
So Caprillo,
Yeah.
No Caprillo.
Skier, yes,
Uh-huh.
Skier, Delvec,
Yep.
Elastirith, and Benar.
I will butcher that the next time it comes up, but it's written down.
And so essentially, the claim law only really works on the weak. It's unfortunate, but you could walk up to anyone who does not own a business and claim something from them. Typically, claims are used to settle disputes between people rather than petty grievances like "I want this apple." If you use a claim challenge for something minor like that, you may end up facing
In a
down a
ditch.
champion. Yes.
Let's
It's also
not
why
say we
it's
did.
it's also why it's very good to be sponsored by someone when walking through the city, like the Eternal Fane. If you were to make a favorable donation to the Fane, you may be able to have us protect you in a claim challenge.
Kind of
All right,
donation.
what do we have, guys?
Bribery.
Depends.
Right.
Depends on
Your
how much
shit.
depends on how much protection you want. For
I mean,
example,
I
if
have
you
work.
if you wanted protection against one of the 5 claimers, she looks around. One of you would suffice.
Oh, so
One
they
of us what?
people.
Oh, as enslavement.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
we're
right,
good.
right.
No.
We're all just
No,
okay
we're
with
fine.
that.
Didn't
you
think
know?
so.
Yeah.
But that's why I was saying, you all should not be worried about a random claim challenge being levied against you, especially with me walking along.
Well,
They
I
may
mean,
already
I am beautiful.
assume. Yes. They may already assume that I am sponsoring you as part of the Fane, and
Oh.
that will divert any lesser claim challenges. But even if they do, you're strong enough, you could probably take it. I would just
Probably.
not recommend you claim back unless you know who you're talking to. Anyone who is managed by one of the 5, you could end up fighting your way up a ladder of champions. And the 5 have very powerful champions.
Alright, so again, just kill them and it's done with.
No, don't engage.
This is also a good point to mention.
But yes.
While technically speaking, murder isn't illegal in Bardest, it can come with a risk. Most claim challenges are enacted in an arena, an official grounds where the challenge is carried out with a supervision by a Fane member.
Hmm.
If you were to just walk up to someone, say, I claim this, and then stab them in the street, you may be subjected to their claimer coming for revenge. It
Oh,
can cause problems. Trust me,
very
there's been enough.
economical.
You see, like, Narkashan looks off to the side. Truthfully, the whole system is a bit...
Barbaric?
In the olden days, supposedly, it was much more simplistic. There were no claimers or people who owned entire sections of the city. The strong took, and that was that. But now, it's a bit muddied. I don't know why the claim chieftain has let it get this way, to be honest.
Hmm.
Sorry, that was irrelevant. My point is, don't come into Bardest thinking you can just grab whatever you'd like without consequence. We may not have city guards like you do, and we may not have prisons like you do, but that doesn't mean you can't be thrown into the arena or the iron pits or into a grave. All the same.
I'm good.
So that brings me back to our question. If you do not think we need immunity, what should we ask for?
I have two things. Naren wants ley line access,
That is true.
and also this vault sounds very intriguing.
Vault?
Also-
See, Naren, like, it's like, vault?
Also, info on the thing I'm looking for would be wonderful.
And that is?
The beast.
The Celestial Beast.
Oh,
Right.
yes, that too.
We
Yeah.
There's a lot of
definitely
things
need
to ask.
that.
And,
That's
you know,
like number
there's a-
one.
If there was anyone in the land who might know of it, I have a feeling she would.
It is our land.
The Celestial beast. Where to find it? Got it.
Ah.
Clever.
I think that was the first episode of.
Yeah,
Like,
you named it that.
that was the unicorn one, I think.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then
But, we'll find out when we get there and actually talk to her.
But
our
what kind of
options are,
but what kind of arrows could Sivadona get? eh?
no.
We're not
No.
wasting on arrows.
Don't you dare bring up
Narkashan
arrows.
speaks up. Again, I should also specify, killing a claim chieftain grants you an audience. I'm not suggesting you're going to be rewarded for killing one of her chief officers.
Right.
If
And you
anything,
punished.
she may give you a challenge that you
Oh,
must
great.
overcome.
Another thing to get off of our checklist.
Well,
I
A
mean,
billion things.
If you listen, if you don't
I
want
need
to
to
be a
take a nap
claim
again.
keeper, that's fine. But the
No.
whole point of this voyage was to do that, and I'm now realizing that perhaps you had other intentions. So, she'll make something up, I'm sure.
Yes,
But you didn't kill an enemy of Bardest. You killed one of its highest-ranking
No.
officials.
right.
That's why it sounds bad.
But in their system, it is good, kind of.
It
No.
proves you're strong, but if you're not taking over the position, then you've left a void. A power vacuum that she's going to be upset is not filled.
Mm.
Now,
All right, sister, you got this. I slap you on the back. I'll be right
yeah,
here.
we're good at finding people and things that fit in places they're supposed to go. So, who knows? Maybe we can find a new claim keeper.
Perhaps.
We find creative solutions to difficult problems.
Mm.
Put that on your
Seriously.
resume.
Yeah.
We're the problem solvers.
We're problem makers. Depends
We
who
make
you
the
are.
problems,
And
so we
then
have to
solve
solve
them.
our problems.
Solve the
Yes.
problems.
Yes. Yeah.
Sounds like you'll never be out of business. Okay, well, that was an interjection aside. We still have time if you'd like to retroactively do things throughout the trip. Is there anything else anyone... I know, Megan, you had a bunch of other things, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Go ahead,
Chris, did you
Megan.
have anything?
I have
Okay,
like one more person, so go
cool.
ahead.
We'll just do it to Megan, then we'll back up to Chris.
Okay. All right. More messages. Okay. So probably, I'll do it at the end. So roughly when Tolo was messaged me back
Sure.
after this conversation.
Sure.
Maybe the next day, so I have fresh spell slots. I'll message Dior.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have a stone to Dior by any chance? I don't remember.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. So, all right. I'll do it so it's, in the afternoon, after lunchtime-ish.
Got it.
In the Holy Land. All right. Sorry if interrupting lunch. May I speak with Ein? Or may I message someone else to speak with Ein? Have a question for him.
There's a moment. Hello, Paria. Of course, that can be arranged. You'll have to give me a moment. Don't message him right away. I'll have Tolo reach out.
Oh, great. Got the sending stone.
And then a couple minutes go by as you imagine he might be arranging something for such a situation. And then your sending stone. Paria, I know we just talked, but Lord Dior has told me that you wish to speak with your father. He has made the proper arrangements. Do know anything that you say will be monitored via mind reading on Ein's part. I apologize for that. He is still a prisoner. And it's not that we don't trust you, it's that we don't trust him fully yet.
100% understand.
Okay. You're good to message whenever. In fact, you know what? Hold on a moment. After he just cuts off for a moment. Paria, you hear your father's voice come through the sending stone.
Hello.
This is unexpected.
It is, yes. But I have a question for you.
I will also note for you, Megan.
Yes.
That's probably the first time he's ever called you Paria and not
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah. Let me retroactively be like, I'm sorry. Could you say that again? Hello?
Hello, Imperia.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Anyways, back to what I was gonna say about question. Did you tell Lord Dior of make sure no one's around? Narcoshan is not in eyesight. She's, across the way somewhere else. Did you ever tell Lord Dior of what you know of Zibidona?
Yes.
I'm on a boat to Bardest. Should I know that information, or am I better off not knowing?
There's a pause that goes on for a bit longer than you'd expect. I'm the weakness of Zibidona.
Oh. How so?
Are you absolutely certain you are in privacy?
Stand by. I'll go ahead and cast See Invisibility.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Yeah. And I'm going to go ahead and guide myself because I know that I'm doing something important, if you'll allow that.
Sure.
Okay. And I'm going to flare for advantage.
Money!
Very good.
22.
22. You feel pretty confident. There is no scrying sensor or anything of the sort, nor any individual invisible in the corner reading your mind.
Cool.
I'd say you also choose a spot in the boat where you are fully
I'll
alone.
Go to my chamber.
Sure, I'll say
just
there's
a communal room that we're all sharing.
It's empty at this time though. Everyone's out doing stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I'm sure.
20 years ago, when I was trying to find someone to have you, my first thought was, of course, the Dragon Queen of Bardest I learned about. I thought I could make a good impression with her. I convinced her to enter into a pact with me. I'm sure you know of my abilities as a dragon rider.
Yes, my name, but yes.
There are benefits to a dragon. Powerful benefits. An immediate growth in strength and size. A long-term growth in potential power. Dragons who make a bond with a rider live longer, fight harder. Of course, they are subject to certain repercussions. As such, I do possess the power to summon her against her will to my location at any time.
What?
It is part of the reason I imagine she wanted me dead.
Yeah. And I'm sure other reasons, but mostly that, yes.
The thing is, she doesn't know everything about what being bonded to a rider entails. I left certain things out particularly. Back when I had a certain potion of resurrection flowing through my veins. When a dragon rider dies, a true death, the dragon that is bonded to them becomes immeasurably weak for a year and a day.
Oh.
This is actual canon to the Dragon Rider class, by the way.
Ooh.
Oh, cool. Cool.
If the dragon can survive a full year separated from their rider, however, they become 10 times more powerful than they were when bonded.
Oh, shit.
So you can imagine she was hoping to kill me in secret after capturing me, and then survive the next year and become unstoppable.
Yeah.
It is also why I am still breathing. You see there's like a pause as you imagine he looks to the side. Because killing me now, without any guarantee that you could kill Zivadona in the next 365 days, is a poor decision. It doesn't sound like he said that to you.
No, Philly
Whoever's reading his mind next to him.
Yeah.
Unless you have absolute certainty that you have a knife to her throat as well as mine, my life is assured for now. But for the exchange of some freedoms in the city and a bit more trust, I did share this with Lord Dior. And it was confirmed by Rose, who herself has the same abilities. If it came to it where Zivadona would not relent in her battle with the Holy Land, my head's on the chopping block. Literally, yes.
Yeah.
That's why I wasn't very keen to give this out.
Fair. Well, good thing you've made yourself invaluable otherwise.
Yes, that has been very convenient, I won't deny.
I hear the clinic's a big hit.
Oh god, they told you. Yes, the clinic. It's been annoying more than anything. I have all these sad and tired people coming to me begging for help, and it's just it's revolting. It's really, honestly, it's so beneath me.
No.
I mean, Mrs. Rogers down the street, she just keeps coming back every week with the same problem, and I keep telling her I can't keep healing the same thing. If she doesn't stop the source of her pain, not going to matter.
How old is Miss Rogers?
She's 86. She has 2 children, and this annoying little cat she brings with her everywhere. Peed on my robes.
I think she's enjoying your company.
Perhaps. I am so wonderful to be around.
Did you name the clinic?
No, it's just it's a branch off of the Sunflame faith. I'm attached to the cathedral. It's one of the back rooms of the cathedral. Why? Do you think I should name it?
Yeah, why not?
Do you have any good ideas?
No.
Hmm.
I'm not really good at naming things, to be honest.
Am I
Neither-
allowed to name?
Right.
Am I allowed to name it? I'll keep that in mind.
If I think of something, I'll somehow let you know.
Don't waste your time. It's not that big of a deal. But if you do, it would be interesting. So, Bardest, you said.
Yeah.
Any particular reason you're going to that den of death?
So many reasons.
I don't know why I asked. How are you getting there? She's really not keen on teleportation.
No, I've heard that. No, we're on a boat.
Oh, like an
It's
actual, like a
awful.
water boat?
Yes, I literally want to die every day.
That's too bad That's too bad we couldn't find Abraxas. He probably has my ship. Would have really helped.
Like, flying?
Yes, there was towards the end of the whole debacle 20 years ago, one of my generals, some weird child named Virus, I don't remember really, he had a ship that he stole from me. And it's still out there somewhere.
Say, huh? That
Virus.
It's still out there somewhere. Are you kidding me? That's
It wouldn't have gone back to another world. People went back to worlds. The ship's still out there.
That ship was cool as shit.
Futuristic ship.
The ship that has the ability to cloak
Yeah.
itself.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Huh. Wow.
That was in like the final battle or something.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that was like
Yeah.
end of last campaign. You guys had an
Oh.
airship that could turn invisible.
Dope.
Future shit.
Well, interesting. This is something to think about. One
so happy.
last thing. I mentioned the Hand of Armageddon to Lord Dior however many months ago,
Right.
right before I asked you about it.
Yes.
Anything on that front? Is it
Oh
a
yes,
topic
my
of conversation?
my breadth of information at this point in my life is no, Peria, I have not. I have not learned anything else on that. I haven't exactly been as connected as I used to be.
Bummer. All right. Well, thank you for sharing.
Yeah. You're welcome, of course.
Call me Peria again.
Damn it. How do I cut this off? Drop the stone and just you cut it off.
Okay.
I like your dynamic. That is very interesting. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
there's no reason that ship wouldn't still be out there somewhere.
Ugh.
Virus went home. Virus left. He
Right.
went back.
Yeah.
He went back to a world where he had video games. He's of course not
Yeah.
staying here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ship is definitely still out there, and
Okay.
Ein seems to think Abraxas
Abraxas.
knows where it is.
Somebody's
Hmm.
next on the scrying list.
Right. I'm gonna say we take a break here, real
Okay.
quick. I'm actually pretty hungry, and I completely forgot to eat before we started.
Oh,
So reconvene at 7.
Yeah.
I'd say.
cool.
Okie dokie.
good.
I will pause the music.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I'll see you guys in a bit then.
Yep. Bring us back.
Okay. All right, back from our break. We'll continue with stuff you guys wanted to do on the trip. I just changed the music up because same thing for 3 hours is mind numbing. And this is the OG music from last campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll start with Chris. You said you had one more thing.
Yeah, we talked to Dior. I'm done.
Oh, some of these things do kind of end up compounding.
We
Um,
talked to Dior
right.
and our archmage, so I'm good.
To look okay. All right, Peria.
Okay.
I know. I don't think Medea. Q. Do you have anything else you'd like to accomplish? The boat trip.
Drink this shit out.
I mean, Medea might come to her sister
Okay.
and ask her a little bit about fletching stuff, wood carving, stuff like that.
Aurora, what did you have in mind? I didn't think you were going to. Do you want some arrows? Are you going to use a bow?
You know I
No,
suck with
no,
bows.
I know.
That's your thing.
Funny.
No, I just wanted to. I'm kind of bored, and I want to like use some wood and just chip away at it, you know.
Just chip away at. What are you trying to make
Methodically.
with it?
Nothing.
Nothing.
You have advantage. You have
Lies and
advantage.
slander.
I'm rolling
Deception
deception.
check. Mira, did you roll that with advantage?
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Oh, dang
Does
it.
she have normal or disadvantage?
Medea, did you flare?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't.
But it's still the first roll. So
Still the
it'd still
first
be 18.
roll.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I can show you. Let's go downstairs, and I can show you.
I like to think it was such a bare deception insight. One of those things where Mira's like eyes narrow just slightly. Okay. It's like,
Okay. I'll just be like, oh, so that's how you not splinter it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So, Mira teaches Medea how to whittle.
Yeah.
Is there anything, Medea, if you'd like to keep it secret, you
Whittle,
certainly
whittle.
can. If you'd like to keep it secret from the party, you absolutely may. But if you'd like to spend time whittling something, you have plenty of resource. If you need extra wood, I'm sure Naren could like druid craft a little bit of just something for you.
Yeah. I'd probably. I mean, there's probably like leftover stuff in the storage.
Oh, there's plenty. Like, there's plenty of spare wood that's used to like repair the ship.
Okay, so
they
it's,
have
it's not as thick. It's not like a
Yeah,
thick block of anything.
Probably not a block. You
Okay.
probably need to go to the mainland and find like a lumber mill or a carpenter or something of that sort.
I'd probably ask Naren then. I'd be like, dude, can you make wood? Is that the thing?
Well,
Not in
I
that
can...
way. You know what I mean? Like,
wow, wasn't even
wood.
thinking that. Until you said it. I can make
said
plants. Okay, hold on one sec. Let me check
Yeah,
some spells
druidcraft
here.
doesn't.
No,
I'm just kind
druidcraft
of
is
bored,
like a flower.
sleeping all the time. I kind of want to just do something that's mind-numbing, but not as mind-numbing as reading a book like Peria. Because God, she looks like she's in pain over there.
I mean, she would wholeheartedly agree.
I read that?
Unfortunately, she can't make more than like a tiny twig, but you'd have better luck with a plank of wood.
Okay.
You could always
I'll just
glue them together.
Yeah, you could.
I
You
don't
could take
got any
normal.
solvent glue. No.
They have wood glue for.
They have
Oh,
wood
they
glue.
do have wood glue.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
If Medea's goal is just to make a cube, absolutely you can do so.
Yeah, arts and
Okay.
crafts time.
Just
playing around with it.
All
I
right.
did
So.
think of one more thing she would try to do while he.
Oh, sure.
She would actually approach Narcisson.
Oh, okay. Put you both
Okay.
aside.
So, I don't know if you guys have. You get around and do a lot of stuff. Do you have any treasure on the ship, like, from where you've gone? Maybe you're holding on to that might be purchasable?
I'm sorry. I need to clarify. Are you asking if we have loot aboard?
Sure.
No. I am afraid anything that was of value would have been taken to the camp, where we stayed in Dane, and we didn't exactly have time to stop by and grab the effects. Anything special on board would have been taken. Why, dare I ask?
I've been trying for quite some time now to find a certain item for someone.
You want me to give you a gift for someone?
Well, I'd buy it, but yeah.
Okay, do you have more specifics of what this might be?
Kind of. It's jewelry.
Okay.
I guess it'd be more of a choker. We have jewels. Maybe red and green.
Jeweled choker.
Oh, sorry.
Give me a persuasion check.
Sure. He's great at those.
Yeah.
Can I flare?
Sure.
Okay.
She notices, so it might.
Well, yeah.
It's not you're trying to deceive her, so.
Persuasion, where is that? I don't use it ever.
-1.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I see. Perhaps when you get to shore, there is a bazaar in the port. I would recommend checking there.
Okay. Thanks, anyways.
Of course. You are an odd thing.
Yeah, I get that. A lot.
I don't mind it. You kill very, very well.
Oh, it's like the one thing I'm really good at.
I can tell. It's an art. You're quite skilled.
Isn't it? Yeah,
Yes.
The only one in my group who really understands that's Medea.
Also, your fashion sense is quite impressive. Where do you keep getting the blood for your apron?
Oh, you like it?
Yeah, I was curious about that. Are you killing a crew member, or is there an animal on board I don't know about that you're bloodletting? Because it's every day there's just a slick coat of blood.
No, it's magical. It just keeps making blood.
She looks off, but wow, that could go for a pretty penny over in Bardest. I guarantee you there are some merchants who would pay through the nose for something like that.
Oh, it's actually way more functional than that too. It makes my attacks all the better. Believe it or not.
All the more then. Well, you'll fit right in, I assure you.
Wait, so you're saying I can wear this in town and nobody's gonna question it?
I will go so far as to say I think you should always wear that in town. And maybe adorn a couple of skulls or finger bones or something. Just spruce it up a bit and no one will approach you unless you want them to.
I'm supposed to have any on board I can use.
Oh, there's plenty on board. She points to a crew member, another crew member. So many to take from. No, I don't have loose bones aboard. I know, that sounds like something that we would have, but if you remember, Vex liked to decorate. They're all back at the camp.
Alright. Do we kill something along the way?
Points to the crew member, points to the I know what we could have if we took the short route.
I wanted to, but I had to give some people time.
I know. I'm a little disappointed too. This boat ride's been so dreadfully slow.
Oh my god.
Vex never took the long route, okay? We always cut through the Isles. We were only ever at sea for 2 months at a time at most. 3 months is just... Third month is exhausting.
How many times have you been attacked by giant sea serpents?
How many times have you eaten bread?
Oh my god!
She gestures down off to the side of the ship. We had these installed for a reason. Kraken tentacles grabbing onto the ship. Spring-loaded giant blades. Cut them in half.
Ooh, I would have loved to see that.
Maybe one day. Maybe we can take a vacation after this whole thing's over, and we'll go through the Kranis Isles and hunt some Kraken or something.
And then we'll also beat the shit out of some pirates. That would be awesome.
She looks you over. You might be the most fascinating child I've ever met.
No, I am 900 years old.
Whatever. Details. I have no doubt you will make it in Bardest without any problems. Some of your companions, we'll see. Medea and you will be perfectly fine. I think the other two are going to have some problems.
Yeah. Luckily for Mira, Medea's not going to let anything up there, and I will destroy anything that looks at Peria wrong.
That's the spirit.
Sister protection. Yay.
So cute. You gained a friend link with Narkishan. All right.
Medea's just whittling away.
Yeah,
chipping
Medea's
away.
towards the end of this
Arts and
trip.
crafts.
Medea's whittling. Q's arts and crafts. Medea whittling at a block over next to Q with her apron on a table, like gluing bones and skulls onto it. Like, look what I made! Like a macaroni sculpture, but bones.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Over the bones.
Oh my god! I love it.
All right, Chris, we need art of that for the thumbnails.
I just
We
need
need
to
to change
imagine,
it
like,
from the candy cane.
It's split down the middle. On the left is Medea holding up like a little wooden horse she's carved. On the right is Q with like a bloody piece of leather with like a smiley face out of bones. And it's like it's in crafts day on the ship. God, these people.
Who are you people?
Are you people? Okay, Peria, we can't avoid it any longer. Give me your list.
Okay.
I'm
I
actually
wanna
looking forward to it.
Chat with Naren for
Okay.
a hot second.
Sure.
Around maybe after we split off from having that conversation.
Okay, so this is still towards the end of the trip.
Yes. So Naren, the laboratory that I mentioned.
Right, the
So-
vault thing.
Yes, the vault. It's
Sounds familiar vaguely.
right. So like we found that staff in a previous vault of Bartoons.
You were talking about another Bartoon vault?
Apparently there's 6.
Oh.
So
Oh.
we had Tolo. So we took all of the books and tomes from the first one, and gave them to Tolo to read. He
Oh.
read them all.
Oh.
I know.
I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, good. It's
Yes.
good. He's doing good work.
He has a lot of free time on his hands because he's not an archmage anymore.
Tragic.
Tragic. Great for us.
Yes.
And he had mentioned that there was another one in Bardest.
Any idea where?
Yes, by the Lake Amita.
I have always wanted to stop by there, actually.
Yeah.
It's supposedly a natural wonder. Water of healing and life, and it's what allows the barren lands of Bardest to harbor life itself. Okay. Well, you'll have me, for sure. I would not miss that for the world. In fact, don't I recall, the last one was locked by a lineage seal. You needed
Yes.
Morgana to enter.
Yes. So kind of need probably you to
Then
help
you
enter.
will have
Yeah.
me.
I'm also guessing that this is the wellspring source of the fancy water that her ladyship likes to keep under wraps. So we
I see.
probably won't be able to get access just by stumbling accidentally in a series
we-
of cave networks.
Are we talking
So-
about going
Ask-
against her wishes or
no,
asking?
asking first.
Ah,
Yeah, it seems like the wisest thing to do in this place.
And
is to
I'm-
ask.
see, like she sighs for a moment. I'm guessing we would ask for this instead of ley line access.
Well, I was wondering, would you know where the ley line access is?
Yes,
Where is
We
it?
do know.
we do know.
I forgot.
It's in her treasure room.
Oh, fudge.
Bark Flame did tell us that it is the throne of Zivadona, the claim throne. She built it on top of the ley line, specifically to
That's
harness its
why.
power.
Mm.
So it's not going to be an easy sell for either, I think. You know what?
The water of beings here. Oh,
Let's
sorry,
see
I'm not
how it goes.
Sure.
I would not mind seeing the vault if it means having to find another way around the ley line. Perhaps something at the vault would help me with that in another way. It sounds like an easier sell than, may I build an arcane circle on your throne in the kingdom where you hate magic. It's a druid circle, but still, she'll see it the same way, I'm sure.
Yeah. Fine. Yeah.
Speaking of which, we'll have to try to connect with Barkflame somewhere in Bardest. It's been hard contacting him. He lives in a very hostile part of Bardest, and I don't know why.
Oh.
It's a strange creature.
Should we ask him to make his way towards Devest Orland?
That might not be a bad idea, actually. Is Naren have sending? I don't know if
it's a druid spell.
I don't think it's a druid spell.
But we have met them, so Peria can message.
Yeah, it's not a druid spell. So,
Alright,
if you could, yeah.
Yeah. Any particular keywords I should say? Because I know we briefly met. So.
Just tell him Naren is coming to Bardest, to meet at the big city.
Meet at big city. All right, cool. I'll send a message to Barkflame.
Mm-hmm.
Love that so much. Let me write his name down real quick. He's a kobold, right?
Yeah, Barkflame the kobold.
Yeah, and then he's the druid of
Bardest. He's the druid from the Circle of Elkes that you guys formed eons ago.
Yes, literally. Okay. Hello, Barkflame. Naren says hello and that she is on her way to Bardest. Please meet at Big City, arriving in 2 weeks. Goodbye.
Thank you! Barkflame head to Big City now! Long walk! Longer than 2. Might be month! Barkflame walk fast! Bye!
Might be related to Gregor.
And that's the end of that.
Yeah.
Wow. That.
Yeah, he definitely
Don't-
barked.
Let me guess,
ever
he
message
replied.
him. Yes,
Yeah.
he did. Wow.
He thinks he has to shout it out because they're too
Right.
far away to hear him.
Yeah, no, I got that. I feel like my brain is ringing.
Yes,
Ooh.
I've felt similar. Unfortunately, he's a good soul who wants to do good work and help people, but there's not really a lot of schooling where he's from.
He said about a month. He has
That
to
sounds
walk.
about right.
Yeah.
As you know, teleportation in Bardest is tricky, so I don't expect him to take a tree. He'll probably go on foot.
Right. Well,
All right. Well, that gives me some time to establish myself somewhere in Devest Orland, I suppose.
And save time if he transforms into a flying creature.
He's not that smart.
yeah, I know.
He'll probably turn to something with more legs.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'll check out. Yeah. Also, real kind of related but unrelated. Do you remember we looked at my aura?
Yes.
Months ago. It feels like a year almost. Does it look different?
Just about. In what way?
You said last time there were 2. It's kind of
Oh,
things happening.
yes. Let me take a look.
I have a feeling I know the answer, but I'm just curious what you see.
She asks you to flare your aura if it's not already, and she'll begin to move her hands through it. Her aura, her violet aura, flares. Huh. Interesting.
Just one.
You're right. Last time I did detect 2, and this time I must have been misunderstanding something. It does seem stronger, though, your aura. You've been training it, I can tell.
Yeah.
You've gained some abilities, a mark, and... Strange, I could have sworn I detected something else last time.
You did.
Okay. I'm guessing you know something I don't.
The hand had an amulet that I was wearing. That was, I think, housing the other aura you felt. I just didn't understand it.
I see.
Yeah. Okay.
If everything's all right, I hope.
Unknown. To be honest, unknown at this time.
I see.
Yeah.
If I can help in any way, please let me know.
I will let you know.
And I'm very excited about this vault opportunity.
Me too.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Darren.
Actually, I need your advice on something.
Oh?
I just need someone's advice. No offense, honestly.
No,
I
that's
just need.
fine.
I
I'll
need
be the
something.
someone. I'm just.
Oh, I love that. I Do any of you have the ability to revive someone quickly after they die?
Yes.
You do.
Oh.
Yes.
Good.
Are you gonna do what Morgana did?
I'm really been giving it a lot of thought because I haven't been getting very far with communing with the staff in any kind of meaningful way. I remember she said that after she entered the staff briefly, she did have a deeper understanding of how to use it, and I just feel like I'm missing something. It just terrifies me a bit to think
To
of.
die?
I mean, yes.
It is terrifying.
Right. You've definitely have first-hand experience, don't you?
Yes. I do.
Well, then
Yeah.
I suppose I am asking you actually. Then,
Okay.
do you think I should risk it, or is it just it's stupid, right?
No, it's not. Look, dying was the worst thing that happened to me.
That needs clipped. I don't care. That needs clipped.
Okay. All right.
Someone get on
That's-
that.
Oh my god. She just like blinks. She's like, can you cast it now?
Yes, I can. Give
No
me
time
a
like the
second to
present.
get the materials out so it is ready to go.
No time like the present, then I suppose.
Yep. Oh god. Okay.
She grabs the staff
I'm
with
just
both
warm.
hands. Oh,
Oh, y'all.
if I do see him, is there anything I should ask?
Does he have a living simulacrum out in the world that we can contact?
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Okay.
Um,
Or the other
And-
locations of the other vaults? I mean, we know there's one in Gardest, there's one in Bardest, there's probably one in Dane and Susail. Holy Land.
I
There's
see.
six.
I see. Okay,
There's
right.
six.
Six.
Guardians, right?
Oh
I don't know.
no.
I'll
Wish me
count.
luck.
Are we all
Yeah,
here
I'll time
watching it?
Don't worry.
Yeah, you guys is like on the deck of the ship. Naren has just
Yo,
felt
it's
this like
about killing it or dying, you know?
Naren has just felt this like surge of confidence that this is the right choice from Peria, and she's taking the moment before she backs
Think
out,
about it.
and she grabs the staff and floods 60 points of aura into the staff, just like Morgana did, and drops dead on the ship.
So I'll count. I'll use a chronometer to know, right, at 59 seconds.
Yeah.
Or I guess
Yeah, you could
54 seconds.
Yeah, you could watch the seconds tick down and know
Yeah.
exactly to the minute when
Yep.
you need to cast Revivify.
And I will do it at the last possible 6 seconds. And
Okay.
spend 3 diamonds.
What the hell just happened?
Naren's
Let's
taking,
live like
I'm running
that.
over.
she's
Is she
taking
okay?
a personal journey. I'm concentrating, otherwise she might not come back.
Yeah, you guys walk over and see Naren just lying totally still on the deck of the ship. The staff just falls next to her, and Perry has just got the the chronal sphere, just watching the time tick down. And
An hour
you
nap.
guys wait about 55, 56 seconds, however long, before you cast
Yeah.
Revivify.
I've expended the diamonds.
And Naren sits up.
Did it work? Are you alive? Are you okay?
I think I understand a bit more and a bit less all at the same time.
Oh.
Hey, welcome to the party. It happens to us all the time.
Best
This
worst
is what-
decision, right?
If this is what Morgana went through, then I understand how she gained such an insight. Oh, this is very unusual. Oh, I feel a bit sick. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Probably the
oh,
ship.
is this your first time dying? Yeah, it's
Yes, yes, yep. Yes. I don't. She looks at you like, what do you mean my first time dying? There's only supposed to be one for most people.
Yeah, well, it's
Oh,
definitely
dear.
happened to me twice.
Oh gosh. She will tell you, there are 6 continents, technically speaking. In Elkest, there is Gardest, Susail, Bardest, Calcifel / Dane being the same continent, and then the Holy Land is 5th, and the 6th is the Gelum, the poles. Yes.
Oh yeah.
They count
yeah.
as one, but there is the poles, technically speaking, and she tells you there is a vault in each.
Gellum.
Yes, so there is a
Show-
vault in Susail, Bardest, Calcifel / Dane, which you found.
Which we found.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll go to the world map real quick.
Cool, now I know how to spell Gellum.
Yep.
Oh, it's close.
Not like Gollum.
Gellum.
So yes. She didn't find out the exact location. There wasn't a lot of time. 55 seconds of talking.
Mhm.
She did talk to Bartoon. She says it's like life-changing. She has had an awakening, and she does confirm there is a vault in each separate area that each has different relics he left behind for his others. In which he does tell you, she tells you, he didn't specify how many, but he said that there are simulacrum out there, that he created a few. Let me see real
Get a
quick.
name?
Let me see real quick.
Yeah.
Who would he?
A few.
Open up them notes.
This is where I have my stress ball.
I
I need this.
So I asked him if there was a living simulacrum out there, if there was someone out there that was him, and his first reply was, Cortis, or do you mean the others?
I knew it! I fucking knew it!
And I didn't get beyond that before you pulled me out of the void and saved my life. Not the void, but you know what I mean. The abyss, the oblivion, death.
You have not been to the void.
Don't want to think about that.
Neither have I. No, I don't want to go there either.
God. Oh God. All right.
Aizen's been there.
I'm not doing that again. I don't care how many secrets you may have.
Yeah.
That was terrifying.
That's fine, because we don't have enough materials to keep doing this.
Right.
Basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
I now have to look and see. Naren has access to a new druid circle.
Ooh.
One that aligns with Bartoon's interests, like how Morgana switched to wild
yeah.
magic.
Ooh.
So I'll have to decide that for next session.
Cool.
But yes, she stands up. Like, thank you for supporting me in this insanity. It was remarkable. I don't even know where I was. I guess in the crook. It's bizarre.
Well, I'm sure it was. But information, it's valuable. So
Yes, very, very valuable. Cortis was a simulacrum of Bartoon?
Yes, I
welcome.
forgot to tell you. Sorry.
Bizarre. Okay.
I mean, your great. Is your uncle or is your dad? Father, grandfather, great grandfather?
It's
Lots of grades.
somewhere back there. I'm a very distant relative to Bartoon.
Well, you could meet a family member, maybe. That's pretty cool.
That is. Would a simulacrum be considered a sibling? Or
Who knows?
that's very strange.
Sibling acrum.
All right. I'm gonna go lay down.
Yeah.
You guys help Aaron to
I'll
bed.
help her to her
Yes,
bed.
yes.
Yeah.
Help, thank you.
See Narcashawn's off the side eating an apple. Well, that was fun.
Oh yeah.
Casual suicide and resurrection. Most fun I've had in 2 months. Give me an apple.
Oh my god.
Well,
Mm.
there's that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Megan, continuing with your list of things.
Yeah.
Delete that off the list. Add another one to. All right. Cool. Real quick, chat with Mira.
Oh.
Find her
Yes. Hello.
doing fletching things. I don't know.
Yes. The sister wants to learn fetching for some reason. What do you need?
Oh, I just wanted to check in. You know,
Oh.
see how you're doing.
I'm fine. This boat doesn't have the materials I need. But otherwise, I am doing fine.
Cool.
Is something...
I just wanted to know how it felt to, have more family in your life. Yeah.
I mean, I always had family, just we didn't see them for... Oh, you mean my new stepsister. That is,
Yeah, Taloon. Yeah.
I guess it is fine. I didn't little caught off guard at the moment, but my mother can make her own choices. I I don't know
Processing.
really.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
I talked with my mother the other day. It turns out that the Bardestians has left, and the cult has moved in.
Oh. Of
Animosity.
animosity? Oh, jeez.
I
Not
have
these people again.
given her a warning, but I hope you can do something for the president.
Yeah. We're gonna need to find a phoenix, but that's kind of a long shot, to be honest.
Yes, you don't exactly run into those every day.
No, we don't. Well, honestly, the fastest way to be to just.
Well, yes, that is the easiest way. The way
Right.
that I would prefer.
Yeah, it's just timing of things has to be,
Yes.
delicate.
He deserves to die, though. For all of the things that he has done. All of the people he has wronged.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. It was really awful what you had to go through.
It was.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, after all we're said and done, no one has to go through that for a long time.
Yes, things will change once we create new gods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Every time you guys say it, I'm like, yeah. That is the plot, isn't it?
That is the plot you've put before us.
Yeah, I did. Listen, I needed a
We
new
are the
pantheon for
gods.
my world, and
Yep.
I didn't feel right choosing it. So I'm letting you guys do it.
You guys can fuck the world over.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I really do appreciate having you and your sister with us.
Thank you. It has been interesting, for sure. When I was assigned a mission to escort somebody, I never imagined I would see the world like this.
Well, hopefully it's the last escort mission you ever have to do.
God, I hope so.
I'll never get over that.
If
So
if when all of this is over and everything is said and done, I am opening up my own store, retiring for the rest of my life, and just making what I love. Although I might need to. It would be good to make magical things with.
Are we thinking a partnership with a certain artist?
Yes, I am.
Artificer?
Snibbister.
Kind of hard to say. Jesus.
But what would I call my store? My store. Anyways, that is for the distant future. We have much ahead of us.
Yes. I won't.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I won't keep you any longer from your important arrow.
Oh no, Medea, she's I don't know. She has a block of wood and she's withering. I guess she wanted a new hobby. I really think the boat is getting to her.
Yeah, luckily.
boat madness.
What is it up? It's a boat.
You're over here yelling at a book.
Yeah, well, look, it's hard learning magic.
Yes, I can relate to that. Studying is tedious, but it has its rewards.
Yeah, no, for sure. Definitely does have its rewards. Okay. Well, if you ever need to chat about anything, I'm here to listen.
Of course.
Need it.
At the moment. If I think of anything, I will ask. Thank you.
Cool. Sure, of course. Wander away.
Now I need to go make sure she doesn't stab her hand.
Hold on, I'm gonna close my Discord real quick. 'Cause my
Sure.
screen's been frozen for an hour.
Oh
now.
wow,
Oh,
really?
Wow.
Yeah,
Hey,
Please
that
do.
yeah, I'll
Yeah,
be right
yeah.
back.
Okay.
Hey,
that-
people
oh.
now. That's so
You've
good.
been frozen for that long?
Yeah, every once
Why
in a while,
didn't you?
someone will like come back in and like start moving again, and then it'll freeze again. I'm like, well, that's
That's
okay.
Oh my
weird.
gosh.
Weird.
We had a break and everything.
Yeah.
Was it? Okay.
Or maybe not after the break, so not a whole hour, but
Okay.
while.
I was concerned you. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm glad it's fixed.
All right, cool. For now. All right, real quick, 2 scries and then
Hey, it's okay.
one more
Take-
message.
however
Mirror?
many-
You haven't done any
mirror
mirrors.
stuff too?
I know.
It's
fine.
okay. I want to get through. I said I wanted to have another
Okay.
session of boat because I want to get through all of it because it's a lot of time,
Okay.
and then we'll move on. It's no big
All
deal.
right. All right. I'll do scries because those will probably fail. Abraxas. This will be right after this whole day. Maybe the next day, so all the spell slots, because I've not been keeping track.
Doesn't really. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's
Yeah.
the day.
I
or the day
shall.
after.
I didn't link. I should have made a new scrying thing.
Oh, good. I have it pulled up.
There.
So you have heard of the target. You've never even
Yes.
met him because you almost did, and then you guys didn't.
Yep.
So he has a +5 to the save.
Yep.
You have no likeness or picture. You have no possession or garment. So he just gets a +5 to his
Yep.
save. Okay. What is the DC?
17.
17.
Wisdom. Yes, wisdom.
This is including his wisdom modifier for yes. Okay.
Oh, 2.
Natural 19.
I'll try again another day.
Okay.
Okay. Second scry. I would like to borrow the staff from Naren. And she
Sure.
can stay with me.
Yeah.
I just want to borrow it for a hot second and try
Sure.
to scry on Cordis.
With the staff? Oh, as a possession or
Yes.
garment.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna say secondhand as well. Possession or
-4.
garment. Yeah, -4 with secondhand, so it's +1. He has a +1 total.
Oh.
Because it's the possession or garment is
The-
-4, secondhand is +5. It's a total of +1.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I need to see something. Interesting. Okay.
Hmm.
$21.
Well, that's okay. That's fine. All right, and then I'll spend some sorcery points. So I get another 5th level spell slot in the same day.
Sure.
I'm gonna go scry on my cousin Renault.
Oh, okay. Yes. I would say this is, I'll give you first hand, so +0. He gets no bonus to this.
Cool.
You don't know him terribly well. You've met him a handful of times, really. You don't have a likeness. I don't think you have a possession or anything of that
I
sort.
don't think so. No, I don't think.
Unfortunately.
I have anything.
So it's just a flat roll for him.
I'll take it.
That is a 5.
It worked.
So, as this is at the end of this is like the last 2 weeks, roughly, give or take.
Yeah.
As the sensor appears in your vision clouds, you find him. Hold on, let's just see. Okay. You find him sitting on a throne. There are a few attendants near him, close to him. You recognize one of them as one of Pyzane's former the members of the Crimson Clan that were supposed to go in place of you guys for the right, the large turtle named Genbu. He seems to be speaking to Renault, saying, I am concerned about the development of Alabaster forces on our western flank. They've become a bit more aggressive lately with the elementals they conjure. Yes, that new warden of theirs. What a thorn in our side. There must be some secret to her abilities. Alright. I recommend sending the 2nd unit there, and tomorrow and basically it just continues on. You're basically watching like a war council meeting, essentially. You watch for the full 10 minutes, and nothing in particular of like, there's no like, I can't wait for Orlith to get here so I can kill her. Nothing of that sort. For reference, I rolled a d20 and I got an 11, so it was a pretty middle range like thing he was doing at the time.
For sure. No, yeah. I will just occasionally pop in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Not throughout the boat ride, but more of a
throughout campaign, like every once in a while you can take a look. Sure. Okay. I'll give you, for the sake of expediency, I'll give you 2 more attempts on whoever you'd like, and then we'll say that if you didn't get it, then you just couldn't for the boat ride for whatever reason.
Abraxas.
Okay.
The more interesting one, I think. I just want to know where he is.
It's another 19.
Yep.
Would you like to try again?
Sure.
On him?
Yeah.
That is a fail. That is a natural 7. So we're going to say this is probably closer to the end, like the last week of travel needed. Probably land has been in sight or something to that effect, like the last couple days. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. you pick up an image. I'll change the music up for the hell of it, because we're changing things. Your image clouds and fades into a horizon, a sand and rock mesa crusted horizon view over the course over the span of a city, a massive city of sandstone and tents and statues and coliseums. You see a second sun in the sky, one of brilliant orange and red hues of flame, and you see the sensor picks up as Abraxas, this red dragonborn man in what looks like a heavy leather armor with a large, jagged greatsword over one shoulder, is standing at the foot of what looks like a massive throne. And as he looks up, the sensor picks up the steps leading up. Unfortunately, it only goes about 10 feet in every direction from the sensor, so you can't see who he's looking to. But you do hear a voice that says, "We must prepare. Paizane is on his way to the last trial. Make sure the teleportation is ready. I don't want a headache this time." And you see, Abraxas says, "Yes, I spoke with the Fane earlier. We have the demi-plane prepared for the battle with the traitor." "Good. I don't want any damage to my throne, and I did tell him that the next time he sees it, he must be ready to challenge whoever is upon it, and if I know Osiren, like I think I do, I have no doubt he's going to flaunt himself right on the throne the moment he has a chance." "So, have you considered my offer?" You see Abraxas looks down at his hand in the sensor, and you see there are 2 rings on his hand. One you don't recognize, but it has a sheen to it of magic, and the other finger, he has your father's ring Prometheus, the vestment of fire. Ooh. You make a pretty good pitch, Your Highness. Claim Chieftain will suffice. Right, Claim Chieftain. I've been enjoying my time in your lands. I don't mind sticking around a bit longer. But I'm not much of a claim keeper. Not my thing. If you need muscle, though. He shows. Seek Caprillo. His warmongers could use you on the battlefront. Alright. I'll keep that in mind. Is there anything else I can do for you while I'm here? Well, since you are too cowardly to join the ranks of the Keepers, I'm afraid you are no longer of use to me. Leave. As you command, your chieftainess. No, that's... idiots. You see the sensor follows Abraxas as he moves between pillars and mountains of gold piled up on top of this platform and begins to walk down steps. And as he's walking, you hear him muttering to himself, "Queen Dragon bitch thinks she's so special. I'll show her all those treasures. She just gives me one fucking ring." Wherever you are, Ein, I hope you're rotting in a cell. And as he walks down the steps, the sensor follows until eventually he reaches the bottom and meets some attendant and walks off to go find this Caprillo. And you have gained the knowledge Abraxas is in Devestorlin. He's been in Bardest since he tried to take Ein there, way long ago.
Yeah.
And apparently got the offer to become a claimkeeper. And also apparently a Paizane's fighting Osiren, apparently.
Yes.
That's
We need to know that. That's a good thing we know.
Medea, you're not sleeping. You're practicing your wood whittling right now, yes?
While sleeping.
While sleeping? How is that possible?
She's in her, what I guess would be our chambers or whatever. Yeah.
Sure.
Medea, hello. Hi. Are you busy?
She's just gonna sound like she's shuffling some shit. Yes, I'm here.
Can I come in? I
Hold
have some
on.
news.
I'm kind of not decent, but
I mean, that
okay.
didn't stop you when we were in the Sprage, but okay, sure, have it now.
I know.
Your decency.
That's why it seems suspicious.
Yes.
I'm ignoring that. Can I come in now?
Sure.
Okay, open the door. Okay, sit down. You're already sitting. Great.
I'm sitting.
So Paladin, is on the last trial, and he has to fight Osiris.
Oh,
Yeah.
the really scary dragon guy.
Yes, but Sivadona called him a traitor. There's some serious shit happening.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll find out what happened when we get there, right?
That's true. Yeah, that's very true. But I feel like it's happening soon, so we can message him maybe like tomorrow or the next day. Or maybe we just wait. Maybe we should wait. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm excited and nervous, and I talk when I get nervous.
I can tell.
Okay.
Are you okay?
No, I'm sweating profusely.
Here, I'll get you a wet cloth or something.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm just gonna start patting her down. I'm like,
Sure.
the seasick, it must have really gotten to you, this boat ride.
Every day is just a
Every
nightmare.
day is a boat
New
ride.
hell.
Yes, I honestly will never travel by boat again. This is the worst. I hate it.
Every day is an open boat.
It's
a little
I'm
bit
gonna just
worse.
Polymorph myself into a bird. Just perch and then fly and then perch.
Oh my
Fly.
gosh.
It's the worst. Okay. Anyways, I just wanted to tell you because I know you love him. But okay, I'll say bye.
Now Medea's sweating.
Medea's sweating now. You're like, okay, bye. And Medea just says, what the fuck was that?
Yes. Okay.
Oh, love it.
And she just
God.
looks under her sheets and it's like, don't think she's wrong though. Okay.
I love it.
Okay. Wow, that's cool. Abraxas, you sneaky bastard.
Yes.
Okay.
He also has 2 vestments, apparently.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Well, okay, so he has the fire vestment and
Prometheus
what
and
other
something
one?
else.
Your characters
know
don't know, but
No.
your players did learn in the last campaign he has Ira, the rage vestment. He's a barbarian.
Oh gosh, that's terrible. All right, that's all you guys. I'm staying away from that shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
All those vestments, man. They were so
Alright.
I guess also, technically speaking, Peria could always ask Ein.
I could.
So
Yeah.
if you wanted to have the character knowledge, you could absolutely reach out to Ein.
Ring ring.
Okay.
We
To
don't-
Loco, to the
yeah,
yada yada. We'll just say that you had a quick conversation.
quick.
I'll give you the lowdown since you asked Ein. Abraxas is a barbarian. If he still has the same sword as before, it is a powerful enchanted sword, one of 7 that Ein had collected during his long time as a sovereign, and he gave them to his generals. They are special weapons that have the ability to bond to a sovereign or a king or a leader. I have to actually look it up. Oh my god, I haven't looked at these.
Years.
Literally, maybe.
Where is it? Is it this one? Yes, it's the Sword of Wrath. A major artifact. What was it? Combat level or whatever. CL 16 in Pathfinder. They are the 7 swords of sin, which the the swords themselves are sentient and choose a lord that they find worthy of serving, which was Ein in the last campaign. Each of them, Virus had one, Venera had one, they all had one. Venera had one that she used in her duel against Dior, actually, which is the sword that had an invisible blade. It was, I think, Pride, I think it was. Virus had one that he never showed. Euronymous had 2. He had like greed and gluttony, I believe, were them. Each one is representing us to have seven deadly sins. Yeah. Abraxas has the Sword of Wrath, which is a again, this is Pathfinder, so it doesn't exactly equate 100%. I'll have to remake it, but it was a +5 returning throwing greatsword. That also has the ability to deal, like, when it strikes a foe, they need a reflex, or in this case, dex save, or take an extra 5d6 points of fire damage.
Oh, shit.
If it scores a crit, it explodes in a fireball spell centered on the wielder's opponent.
So
At 10d6 fire damage.
Holy shit.
and
yeah.
Pathfinder.
Yeah, it was insane. This thing was ridiculous. And so, it also had, it can cast some spells from the sword. It can cast Cure Serious Wounds, Endure Elements, and Create Food and Water, so that the wielder can just survive anywhere, basically. And as part of this, it had a allegiance to the master, and essentially Ein could summon them to his position with a snap of his fingers. Anyone who bore one of these swords, he could just take them to his side on order, which is why Virus had to pretend to be allegiant still to Ein. Venera still did too. They all had to pretend like they were still on his side. Otherwise, he could just summon them and then execute them right there. However, if there is no lord to serve, the sword goes dormant. It requires a master to serve. Ein doesn't know. He does know he doesn't feel its connection anymore, ever since Abraxas betrayed him, basically. Which means he probably found a new master. A new lord to serve.
I know he found a new one. Zivadona.
Yes. I think Peria, with your vision, can tell Abraxas has sworn to Zivadona, and the sword has recognized her as worthy of the Sword of Wrath.
I mean, yeah. Checks out.
Yeah. With his vestment, he has infinite amount of rage. He can just rage all the time, constantly, as long as it's active. And he gains additional rage damage and bonuses to his rages. With Prometheus, because as soon as you tell him that, Ein's like, mother, son of a... I attuned to that ring for 100 years. I had such fine-tuned control over the element of fire. He's had it for, what, a scant year? I don't know. He probably can throw a fireball at best. It's probably the most powerful thing it can do for him. For me, I could conjure tornadoes of flame. Sorry, I'm getting a bit worked up. I'm remembering all the fancy rings I had. I really miss Kronos. It was a whole thing.
Remember your therapy work. Remember your therapy work.
Count to 10.
To be fair, though, it is still a danger, because Prometheus is one of the vestments I used the least of, which means it probably has a lot of its ionic energy very much left. I don't know about Ira. I don't know if he's been using it at all these years, but be wary of Prometheus. It is definitely still charged.
Okay.
Shit, that means Zivadona has the rest of my rings.
Yeah.
You should be careful. She will then have Kronos, the vestment of time.
Okay.
Vox, the vestment of language, the 2 primes that he had, and Phantasm, the vestment of illusions.
We only had 1 prime, didn't we?
That's probably how she...
Maybe.
And without his true... because he probably has true sight, but not with... I was wondering how he wouldn't see through that illusion.
Yeah, there's some aeonic work involved, potentially.
What?
The fact...
The demi-plane.
The fact...
that you guys fought in.
Okay,
Yeah, the fact that he couldn't see through it, because a dragon of that level...
Should have
out of player knowledge, a dragon of that level is going to have true sight.
Yeah, he absolutely did. He had like 150 feet of true sight.
Yeah. Okay.
But yes, vestment trumps true sight.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Shit. All right.
He will tell you though, he used Phantasm extensively in the later years. He used it a lot when he was with you guys to pretend to be Ormond and to he used Chronos for that, but he used Phantasm to pretend to throw you guys off the scent with the bandits, with the fake Ormond body. When Tierbrand went to the clock tower and he had to like pretend like it was fine, he used Phantasm a lot, so it's probably drained.
Okay.
So you don't know how much more use it has left, but she still has Chronos and Vox.
Right.
Time and language.
See,
God.
you say
I'm
that.
glad we're trying to make her on our side.
You say that, and I can see Mike smile because I'm realizing
Yes.
she's on a ley line.
Yes, she is actually.
Yeah.
She also potentially has other vestments that she could use to power the other ones.
Yeah.
It's just chaotic energy you transfer.
Right. Yeah.
So
She doesn't have lore.
no, she doesn't. Lore is still with Dior, I believe.
Which puts into my perspective of the Lich having Tarians.
Oh,
Paragon.
Yeah,
Oh,
Paragon was pretty
shit.
strong.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that one was the leveling one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it just
Oh,
gave you like more
God.
levels, basically.
I just got
Yeah.
a level.
Crap.
Lich just got more powerful.
It's crazy. 85 sessions in, and vestments are just now starting to actually play a part in the party's like mindset. They
Because
really
they're so
didn't come up at
fucking
all.
powerful.
Extremely powerful. I mean, again, I know I swear I didn't intentionally do it, but it's very synonymous to Matt Mercer's Vestiges of Divergence. These did not come from a god war. These are not different weapons. These are all rings. They're very different circumstances, but I know it does seem a little similar, and I didn't mean that. Anyways,
You're allowed to.
Everything's fine.
Okay.
yes.
Everything's fine.
So, Peria, with all that having been gleaned at once, you know that there is a you also know he has harbors a hatred for your father and knows who you are in relation to him.
Yeah.
You might have an enemy in Bardest.
What's one more?
What's
All
one
right.
more? Add to the
I have
list.
you can use my
Add to the
pocket
list.
vanity if you need to.
Well, I
If
can
help at
also
all, maybe.
cast seeming on myself.
We'll figure it out.
But I
He
won't
also-
do it because I don't.
He also
need
hasn't
that
seen you with this hairstyle.
True, I do look fly.
I can get your hair did before we go over there.
Yeah, I could use a trim. It's getting a little moppy. Okay.
Hope a whittling knife
Did
will
you
do.
have any others? I think that was your scries.
That was the tries.
We're gonna say Cortus. I'll also give you this. The spell doesn't specify what happens when you try to scry on someone who doesn't exist, so it's entirely possible that Cortus is dead or whatever. So you don't know. But
Well, here's a message for you to Cordis.
oh, okay.
Hello. Sorry if this is weird. Is this Cordis? Simulacrum of Bartoon? Not trying to be offending? Just literal. So sorry. Please reply? Thank you.
Give me an Arcana check, real
Sure.
quick.
Yeah.
And you go mad.
Probably.
12.
Talk with
No reply.
objects.
Okay. Well, maybe he's just dead. Or sleeping.
It's
Or
also
maybe
true.
he thought I was rude. Probably all of the above.
Yeah, dead, sleeping, and thinks you're rude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The trifecta.
Yeah.
The trifecta. Okay.
It's funny.
Alright, well, those are the things. Okay, now.
Your mirrors.
Yes, alright. I'll do a couple.
I'd rather we get them out of the way now.
Okay. Narkushan.
A mirror of the past on Narkushan.
Yes, please.
I see. I will switch the music over since these are usually
All
a
right,
bit more
serious
somber.
shit. Let's go. Or sad. It's gonna be sad. It's gonna be a sad day.
Gut wrenching.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Girl.
me-
Poor girl.
My girl.
No, that's a
Talking
terrible
about
movie.
my girl.
That's such a sad movie, you know? With the bees. his glasses.
You want to hear some jazz?
Okay. So as the mirror fogs and then clears, as you think of the name Narkushan, I need to ask, Peria, when you ask the mirror about Narkushan, do you picture her in your mind, or do you say the name?
I would picture Narkushan, the Dragon Blessed, as I know her in the flesh.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's a title.
As you picture her, yeah, that does change it actually. You see a tall mountain and a small child at the base of the mountain begins to climb. You see, as she begins to climb, there are other people climbing up alongside her, and they're all climbing towards this peak of this summit that seems to be radiating a warm light. Below them is ice and snow and cold and famine. And as you look ahead towards the peak, you see fruit and rivers of clear water, sunlit trees and groves. As she continues to climb, she gets pushed down by the adults around her that are trying to climb up faster, stepping on her, pushing her back to the bottom. She continues to get up, continues to climb, continually pushed down, till eventually she picks up a rock. She begins to fight back. As people begin to push down against her, she smashes it against them. She climbs over their bodies, over their hands, pushing herself further and further, till eventually the girl reaches the top of the mountain and finds nothing but snow and ice. She looks ahead and sees another mountain. The image fades.
God damn, that's poetic. Fuck.
Yeah. Mirror of the Past is oft vague.
Just
You do them so well.
Yes.
Well, thank you, especially considering I have to do these off the cuff entirely.
sorry.
And that's off the cuff. That'd be something I would script. That's how good it is.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've had a lot of practice with Megan, okay? Drowning in Paint is probably my favorite one yet. It had so many connotations.
Let's do her chieftainness, Zivadona.
You never hold back on these, do you?
She does it.
Zivadona. There's
So much.
Give
so
me
much
an Arcana
juicy.
check.
Oh god.
You get a
Yeah.
strange. You get a similar feeling to when you tried the Lich.
Oh shit! May I guide myself feeling that
Yes,
feeling?
I'd say
Okay.
so. Like, I'd say the mirror shakes in your hand a little bit.
Okay, I want to flare.
I don't wanna, the mirror says.
The mirror's like, "Are you sure? Are you sure you're ready to do stupid shit?"
26. That's a natural 19 too.
Mm.
That's
It
his
is.
default.
Almost as good as it can get.
The mirror fogs, does not crack, does not break.
Thank goodness.
You feel like you can, like you're willing it and you're guiding it. First, there's just darkness, and then there is a sudden, bright, brilliant light. Standing in the way of that light, silhouetted, is a figure. Female in certain ways, lithe. She reaches out towards the light. You see her hand wraps around it, almost like she's pulling the sun out of the sky itself, and brings it down to her eye. The image clouds, and you've not seen the mirror do this before. It's almost like it's showing you multiple different scenes instead of just one prolonged scene. And I think, Peria, with the 26 Arcana, you know it's because you are scrying on a creature that is such a long lifespan, the mirror is having trouble choosing just one point to show you. It jumps ahead. You see a massive, sprawling desert. And a single flower in the middle of the desert. You see that light of that sun still up in the sky, still with the silhouette of a hand grasped around it. Move it towards this flower, and it begins to bloom and spread, and then wither and die, and then it bursts into flame. From the ashes of that flame, buildings begin to arise. A throne, a colosseum, a kingdom from the ashes of this destroyed ruin. And it zooms out, and what you're seeing is a sandbox. The little girl playing, destroying at her whim, and rebuilding as she likes. Holding this light above, as if it were a toy. Moving the sun through the sky, like it's a plaything. And the girl grins. The image moves and fades, and it reappears once again. You see a brilliant star of violet color in the sky. It divides, then divides again and again until 8 parts. One part twinkles a little bit brighter. Image focuses on that part, and you see that one light then divides itself into several. It focuses on one of those parts. It forms a constellation of a dragon. You see another constellation of a swordsman, another constellation of a throne. The image fades again. The last image you see is Elcast, the planet, a world, with a hand reaching around to grasp it, just like the sun before. And then the world bursts into flame as the image fades. Peria, with a 26 Arcana, you have a feeling the mirror has shown, this is a mirror of the past.
I got the future.
You got a small glimpse of something you've never seen in this mirror before, of a potential future.
Bunch. I'm rethinking everything we're doing. Just
That's what I was
terrible.
thinking. I was thinking this is a terrible idea.
Terrible.
I got
Oh.
cool. Let's destroy the world. Make it a scorch of ash. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Mm. Shit.
It's all interpretive. It's all metaphorical and poetic.
Is it?
I don't know, is it?
I don't think so.
Should
Okay.
contain the decisions we make.
I can fix her. Yeah. Hey, you just learned her weakness at least, so you just gotta kill your dad.
Which
Yeah.
I also think is a important piece.
It's fun, isn't it?
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. It's good.
And
Nothing to worry about.
just cross that off the list.
Add another thing to the list. Kill father. All right.
Oh, golly. All right.
It's a roller coaster. Even though it's all role play, it's all roller coaster.
Yes. I'm always
Roll play,
exhausted
roll
after
play.
D&D.
Oh,
Like, truly.
Well, but yeah.
well,
It's fun.
I'm
It's
done
very
with the
fun.
mirror for today.
No?
Not-
No more mirrors?
Hey.
You sure?
Yeah. Yeah. Can I send a message?
Sure.
Is this after last session's scry bullshit?
I
happened?
see. Yes, of course.
Okay. Okay. Sending a message to Vivian. And this would be so that it is nighttime in Bardest.
Okay.
Like in the evening. Okay. I don't know how to even start. Hi. Are you okay? I'm sorry. Oh gosh. That's it.
You get a reply almost immediately. Not now. I'll message when it's good.
Sweating.
It continues a little bit. I have the passphrase for the forbidden spell. Scry when you'd like. I'll allow it for you.
Boom. Go. Pass phase for forbidden spell. What the shit?
Perry would know that.
I don't remember.
No. I'm telling you. Perry would know
Okay.
that when you set a forbidden spell, you can set a passphrase that allows you to ignore the forbidden spell.
Oh.
So that's why you were allowed to scry on her, even though she was in the order base last time. She has basically whitelisted you for her. You can scry on her while she's in there. She has excluded herself from the forbiddens, just for you.
Okay.
So
I thought you meant like the forbidden spell, as in like like capital.
No. Gotcha. No, she's just letting you know. She's just letting you know, while she's in the order's base, you can contact her and it's no problem.
Understood.
But she said she'll message you when it's fine to do so.
But I
Don't call me. I'll
scry
call you.
on.
But you can scry on her though.
I'll scry on her.
Okay.
Yeah.
She will fail. She will elect to fail. She knows it's you.
Yeah.
As your sensor picks up, Vivian is in what looks like the training hall you've been familiar with, and you see she is training some young agents, and you see that they are. In fact, as this message finishes, you see she looks directly at the sensor and kind of gives like a little nod and looks over and says, "All right, class, today we will be beginning our decay combat training. Everyone pick up your weapons and I will run you through the routes." And she begins to run a class on how to utilize decay-infused weapons. And you notice she brings your sensor specifically closer to some of the weapons and some of the forms, almost like she's trying to show you what their the form is. And it looks like the new agents of the order are being trained on how to fight using decay offensively.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Oh.
All right.
Which goes back to what Galasay said a long time ago about decay arrows that the Unicorn Knights have been getting. Just before the sensor cuts out, someone approaches and says, "Exarch Vivian, please, a word." And then the sensor cuts out.
I'm gonna say, girl. All right.
What?
Oh God. All right. So
Do you tell us this?
After it's done, I will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
You know,
shit.
I know this might be.
I'll gather everyone in a room.
Oh,
Sure.
Yeah. In our chamber.
Chamber meeting.
While
I'll
this
switch the music again. Why not?
While this may put us at a disadvantage in some senses,
Greatly.
I think there is something we need to get from Susel, Peria.
Huh? What?
I think one of our best chances, if we have to run into these decay weapons, is to put our auras into cages.
Oh, the cages.
Smart.
Right.
Oh, it feels so weird. Okay.
It does,
Like-
but if we are not crippled by their use of decay weapons, if we have no aura,
Right.
we
Oh.
need to go to Susail before we return to Bardest.
Yeah. That's Mary, you're brilliant.
Thank you. I know. Thank you.
Yeah.
She's usually the brain.
Well,
Mm.
as much as I do agree with that, is one, they're not just going to hand him over. Two, they're kind of in the middle of a war.
You're right. Perhaps we need to fight one war before we fight another.
Well, what's one more, right?
Not a bad idea.
And we have more on our list. And
Plus, we need to make
How
sure
about we do
your
the things we
family
need to do
is
here first?
safe.
Yeah, I think what Mira is suggesting, though, Medea, is we finish Bardest and then go to Susail before Bardest.
Does that mean more boat rides?
No.
Well, hopefully at that point we can just out of here.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if you included Naren in this conversation.
Probably not.
I would think
All boat
no.
meeting?
Okay,
No.
gotcha.
Maybe give her parts of it, I think.
Well, she would express. Who cares if Zenona hates teleporting if we teleporting out?
That
Yeah,
is correct.
Yeah,
Um,
that's why I think we
Although
should
I
go
do
CFO.
need, whenever we are done here, and we're sure we're done, and we teleport out to leave, I do need to make a stop at Sylvan's.
We want to go Bardest, Sylvan, Susail, do that.
Again, I don't know how much you tell Naren, but you do know she has trees
Has
to all those places.
Yes, yes.
Right.
So
Yes.
The
And she
Oy.
can do it
It'd be
twice.
better than it would be better than a boat.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Yes.
I'd be
I
okay with that.
cannot. This was
No more.
no.
this was
No
a
more.
mistake.
This
Yeah.
is. I have lost.
This
so
is why
much
I
weight.
said short route.
yes,
Look.
well,
I did not push for this, but I'm glad we did at the same time, except for the constant puking.
And book reading. You.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was told the monster route definitely would have been way funner.
I don't know if I could have fought monsters while feeling like this, though. To be honest.
I have enjoyed, not having to fight for my life every day for a change.
I mean, I got my
Um,
beauty sleep, which was very nice. I mean,
We
Your skin is
tried.
apps glowing.
We tried to take a relaxing day at the spa, but that didn't really happen.
No.
Not really.
No.
No, we got interrupted by family and Leviathan,
Yeah, like I
sister.
was
and then a Vex.
kind of against it the entire time.
Well, except
Q.
that small amount of time you weren't.
Yeah, that wasn't my choice.
I think you needed it.
No.
She's not here. She's
I
dead.
know.
She's not.
No, she's not dead.
She
got fired.
That's
Yeah,
all I
She joined the
think.
cult of animosity. She's like, "Ah!"
Yeah, that's canon now. She's in the animosity cult for
Hmm.
sure.
No,
Even if we don't stay for the whole war, if we stay long enough to get what we need, it would still help the Crimson Clan.
no, that's a great idea.
Now, let's focus on one task at a time, aka Bardest.
Yes, first we have to
Bye.
deal with this and Bardest, and are we almost there yet?
Actually, I will say this probably all occurred because the Vivian thing was definitely right near the end of the trip. We're in like the last couple days of the trip at this point.
Also, Megan, what time can you go till?
9:30.
Okay.
9:30. Okay,
Alright.
that's good to know.
Medea would definitely be in the, I guess, sleeping quarters a lot more.
Man,
in
you
the last
sleep a
bit.
lot, girl.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. I'm done.
All right. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before we arrive?
Nope.
Very well.
Yeah,
Last music
training.
changed music a lot recently, but
Yeah,
we
Where?
will.
In the mail, I get Hello Fresh.
As we
I don't
pull
want
into
that.
the dock, we see the dragon bolting away.
Well,
What the
actually,
fuck's
we're
happening?
definitely
Yeah.
gonna do some stuff here. think this is the track.
Oh God, I guess we've lived that. Seemed at
Yeah.
some point.
Yeah.
So, I will put us back on the world, the Bardest map at least. As the boat trip of 3 months comes to an end, we in the last couple days, the last day actually, as the party arrives, the first sighting of land is a tower on a cliff. Massive, heavy stone and iron tower that, as you see it, Narkushan, like it's in the distance, it's like a blip. And she says, the Drake Hold is in sight. That is where, when Orion's hunters were to capture a dragon, if they were not to be executed, they'd be brought back here for conditioning and rehabilitation under the Claim Chieftain. It is not a place you'd ever want to visit, I assure you. And as
Have
the
you
ship
ever
approaches,
been there?
she does not respond to that. As she just kind of at the front of the ship is like just staring straight out at it. 13 insight. She definitely heard you. I'll tell you that much.
Side eye a
Mike.
little.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I want to use the power from my animus bow.
Okay.
Now within 1 mile, so I don't know if I'm going to get several blips from, within the Vestorlin.
Yeah.
Do I get a blip of a dragon in the direction of her as I activate the ability from the animus bow?
Oh.
Yes, you do actually.
Interesting. Okay.
What about Drakehold?
Yeah, do I actually get
Same direction.
Ah, damn.
Yeah.
I walk up to how long does it last?
It's within a mile, unfortunately, and it's just a vague sense of direction.
Yeah.
So.
Get her so she's behind you and Drakehold's in front of you. Excuse me, Carby, at the front of the ship.
That's actually a fair point.
Um,
If you could put her in a different lateral position, but
how long does this last? Oh god, for 1 hour.
yeah.
I'll kind of hang out on the front of the ship until we pass by Drake's Hold, and that way I can get a sense if it's still where she is or both.
So as the ship eventually reaches past Draco's, you notice all of the crew are kind of on heightened duty at this point. They're all very excited, it seems, as they've arrived home finally. You enter what's known as Dragontail Gulf as the land curves around this crescent peninsula that almost reaches the mainland, but there is a section between where the water is deep enough for ships to pass through. As you pass through, as the ship passes beyond the Drake Hold, you hear this heavy sound of machinery and chains as a chain gate rises out of the water between the Drake Hold and the mainland, almost like a gate between basically here. So this massive chain rises. It was apparently down already in preparation for you. As you pass the Drake Hold and it becomes a different directional position from you, you still sense it in the direction of Narkushan. As the ship enters into Dragontail Gulf, it begins to wind around the bend until eventually you see in the distance the secondary sun on the horizon. This massive orb of orange and crimson flame in the sky above a sprawling city that reaches all the way to the shore.
Holy shit.
Yes, that is the Claim Sun. It is, I know, a sight for new people.
Yeah,
Was it
wasn't expecting some bright light so close.
so at night? Is it
How do you go to sleep? Yeah.
It's not. It dims at night. It becomes like a roiling ball of lava at night. but it
Sounds
can be
comforting.
ignited at a moment's notice if there is a threat to the city at night.
Hmm.
It is one of the greatest defenses of Devest Orlin. We can never be caught unaware. As you all watch, you see first a streak of violet and blue across the sky, over the ship and into the horizon, and the sound of a sound barrier breaking as something moves at an incredible speed as far and fast from the claim throne as possible.
What the hell was
Something
that?
you guys
this
have all
happen a
heard
lot?
before.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Paisei
Mira,
won.
also, the sense of dragon also moves with your sense
Hmm.
in that direction, and then it's out of the direction.
I see.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know it was a dragon that moved, basically.
Yeah.
So you know what that was.
You know,
Ah.
it was.
Well, that was Orion.
Was that?
Osiris.
Osiris. Close name, though.
Osiris.
Close name.
Sorry.
Orion,
Orion was a different person.
Orion
all
was
in
the
the
hunter's
sky,
Yeah.
fine.
name. Orion Hunters.
Osiris.
Well, but Medea, that means Paisei succeeded.
Oh, that means he won.
Yeah.
That means he won. What did he win
How
against
did he
him?
win?
That was a great question.
I mean, not that we know what he's capable of, but so that's what he looks like. That blur, at a vague
Wow.
sense.
As the ship winds into the center of Dragontail Gulf, you see the land, the rocky, mountainous land curving all around, and then the port in the distance. You're still several hundred, if not 1,000 feet from the shore, but you can see the hustle and bustle of the city from here. It seems to go from sea level, where the docks are. It then crests upwards and upwards until you see the massive statue of a dragon in some form of supplication, with its hands raised above its head craned down, and the hands are basically like holding the sun above its head, as if raising it in offering to something. And you see Narkashan points. Right behind that statue, behind the claim sun, is the claim throne, Zivadona's seat of power. And at the base of the statue, you can just barely see it there, is the Eternal Colosseum. That is where all of the great battles are held in the city. It is so good to be home. I cannot tell you how much I've missed this place.
Does everybody get homesick?
I suppose, even when home is complicated. As you're watching and you see this massive statue, the light of the sun flares for a moment. And you see Narkashan, like, her brow furrows. That's unusual. Perhaps she's signaling? I'm not sure what that was.
Who would
Maybe
she
that
signal?
he was leaving?
I don't know. Can everyone give a perception check?
Sure.
Sure. I love making perceptions.
Yes.
Ooh,
My awesome perceptions.
we did well.
Nice.
We did do
Nice.
well.
Cute. So
No.
the twins, Mira and Medea. I think it makes sense. A lot of it. What do your elven eyes see? Your Eladrin eyes?
Yeah.
The full-blooded elves. Also, Mira, with your bow active, you sense, because you're looking, Narkashan's at your side. You're all kind of looking in the same direction. You do sense a dragon ahead now, but within a mile. And you both see. It's not that the light of the sun flared. It's that another light almost eclipsed it, and is moving closer to you guys, like as if the sun is here, and the light appeared here and is moving closer.
Oh shit.
Is someone flying this way?
What?
What is happening?
I
I
just
see
see
it so
smoke.
bright.
No, if you look right there,
Getting closer.
As you guys are like leaning over the edge of the boat and seeing the light begins to grow, and from Perry and Q, it looks like the sun is expanding. It's just getting bigger and bigger.
Oh no.
Mira and Medea, you do see some figure, it's hard to discern specifics, of a massive creature giving off this incredible golden glow of light as it flies overhead of the boat. You all look up and see this thing bathed in light as it swirls around, and then the light goes out, and something hits the deck of the ship next to you.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Oh gods.
As landing
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
on the bow of the ship,
Oh lord.
you see a man
Oh.
glistening. Oh, nope.
Oop,
That's,
oh,
he's gone. He's dead. His eyes with a radiance like the sun.
God.
His skin with a metallic tone to it.
God.
Standing as the ship almost bows under the weight of his landing for a
Damn.
moment.
What does he have? Like 8-pack? What is
Yeah,
that?
something like a 16-pack or something like that.
What is
Man,
that?
you could grind diamonds on that.
I bet you do, Vlad. I bet you do.
As he lands, this
That's funny.
figure stops and surveys the ship. He looks between. You see the two barbarians kind of like back off strangely, and you see Narkushan just kind of like looks confused. I'll say you guys are probably all over here, by the way, looking out in the direction of
Right.
the city over that way. Let's see, Naren's over here. As this man steps forward, bring me the Dragon Slayer. We have unfinished business. And he just looks to you guys and like to the rest of the crew.
Narkushan.
What?
I'm guessing he means Vex.
But he's dead. We can't bring it to him.
I know.
Right.
I'm
don't know.
sorry. If you're talking about Vex, he is dead.
If you speak truth, this is a good day. How did he die?
By my arrow.
He tilts his head slightly. He's gonna do a check.
I'm like having a protective hand on my sister. Like a stay behind me. kind of gesture. That guy's buff. He works out.
Oh yeah.
Okay. He ain't playing around.
Okay.
Ooh.
You slew him.
Yes, is that such a surprise?
It's insulting.
Well, it's true. And I just chime in.
Narkushan, who is this person?
I have no idea.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know.
How do you not know? He has a grievance with Vex. I thought you were glued to Vex's side.
Vex made a lot of enemies, trust me. Sir, whoever you are, this ship is no longer under the possession of the Claimkeeper Vex. He has passed. I, as one of his previous attendants, can attest to that. See, he immediately looks to her. Previous attendants, you are a hunter. Not particularly. I'm with the Eternal Fane. See, he like his head lifts a bit. I see. So you're the wretch they assigned to him.
Rude.
Can you validate this one's claim? And points to Mira. Narkushan looks to you with a. What do you want me to say?
Yes.
Yes, this one. I don't know who you are, who you think you are, but this one, Mira Varos, slew Vex Orion, Claimkeeper of Bardest, and is here to issue a challenge for position. So if you do not wish to incur the wrath of Zivadona, I advise you allow us to pass unharmed, whoever you may think you are. See, he like looks to Mira again. For him to die to a thing like you, after all the pain he's caused. I was promised his head!
Thing? Did you just say thing?
Oh
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start.
He steps
thinking.
forward.
God. Oh no. Okay.
That thing happens to be my sister.
I see they come in pairs then. Did you have a part to play in his passing?
Maybe.
The rest of you?
And you are?
We don't need to know this
Hephaestus,
thing's name.
Shit, what'd he
first
say?
consort of the claimed chieftain. And you see Narkushan pales as he says the name Hephaestus.
Can
Hi,
you spell that?
Festari. God damn, do you have a nickname?
Absolutely.
You can put it in. Yeah, thanks.
Does this guy have a nickname? Because that's hard as fuck to say.
First
consort.
what?
Festus,
First
got it.
consort of the
Mhm.
claimed chieftain.
Hell.
Hephaestus.
F-I
Sorry.
starry?
Hephaestus.
F-I
Hephaestus.
star.
Yes.
Hephaestus.
Okay.
Hephaestus. Call him Hef.
Hef. Yeah. We got Hef.
Oh,
We
he's
got a
gonna love
Biff
that.
somewhere. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, if you really want his head, his body's still, back there. Really just left it there.
He looks to Q.
It's a child. Oh God.
You what?
Yeah, but he just left the body.
Didn't really have time for it.
He walks over this way as if he's like walking towards the end of the ship. Just steps.
I'm
on
just
the
like
floor of the ship.
tracking. I'm tracking, so I'm making sure that he doesn't try to attack my sister.
He goes to the edge of the ship and just. "Rah!" No trophy, no kill, not even a body to revive. You have stolen my prize from me. Years of service waiting. He steps down the stairs. Someone shall take his place. In honor of my mate and her memory, I will have vengeance.
Two things. One,
Yeah.
while his back was turned and he was screaming out to the
Yeah.
abyss, can I quick kite and power gauge him real quick?
Yes, you can. I will let you know. Kite and Power Gauge works primarily for player levels and doesn't necessarily equate to CR properly.
That's okay.
So I'll just let you know.
Yeah.
DR 26.
Cool.
Balls.
Cool. Sending
question.
message to Medea.
Yes.
This is assumed. He blips as a dragon with my ability that's going on.
As you follow, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
He tracks with the ability.
Cool. Figured as much.
So,
I don't know about this.
do something to piss you off?
No, Vex.
Sorry, no, Siren. What was his name? Vex.
Vex. He just said Vex killed his mate.
Oh.
Yes, he
If-
just said that.
If you listen.
That is tragic. We didn't know about this, but
Does the name
we.
Morgana mean anything to you?
As you say that, he just looks to you. Enough stalling. Who shall take his place? You all had a hand in robbing me. I will take any of you.
Hey, it's not like we wanted to kill him. The guy wouldn't leave us alone.
Yeah.
Narkushan, we can.
Narkushan steps over. Lord Hephaestus, I apologize sincerely for any disrespect we have levied against you. Please, take me if you must take someone.
No. Fuck
He
that.
looks to Medea. Stop talking.
Yeah, I'll message.
I don't know what's going on. I never saw the power gauge.
I'm
I know.
messaging Medea saying
Neither did Narkishan, but
this
you know.
guy can fuck shit up. Be quiet,
And
please.
I think so can we.
No.
As you guys are standing, you see Hephaestus goes, "Fine. I don't care. I'll take all of you then." As his body begins to shimmer and change.
Into a golden dragon? Radiant dragon?
A dragon of iridescent scales that reflect the light in a rainbow of color,
I'm gonna be
and a
blinded.
mane of sun flame down his back as a solar dragon.
Oh, fuck.
I'm aware of the time, but I do need initiative.
All right.
I'm
I'm assuming we don't, while he's changing, have advantage, or we can't flare for advantage.
The change was
You
pretty
can never flare
instantaneous.
for initiative, Becky. We can never.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Keep forgetting that. All right. Super fun. Super fun. I love it. And I gotta click my token. Don't forget that. It could be better. Could be better, Becky. Could be better. All right. Okay. 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 He's last. All right.
Oh, that wasn't him.
Oh.
That was Naren. This is Narkishan.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
And this is
Oh,
him.
good for him.
This is him.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
See?
Natural 20.
See?
Uh-huh.
The enemies always roll good.
You see all of the barbarians, after hearing his name, step away.
Yeah.
They do not involve themselves in a fight with Hephaestus, the Sun Dragon, consort of the Claim Chieftain, unfortunately. Okay. Descending turn order, Hephaestus, Sun Dragon, natural 20, is going to start. We're going to start with a Plasma Breath.
Gee,
Oh
who
my
could have
God.
guessed?
He's going to fly up, and a 90-foot cone, a corona of solar energy. I need everyone to give a con save.
On. Fuck. Aura.
What is it? A
Great.
Constitution save.
con save. Okay.
+7 to mine.
I'm using my
I
inspiration.
think I failed.
Sure.
I'm gonna use Decay to get advantage on this.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah.
Both of them are absolutely flaring.
This can't be absorbed, can it? You know, it's not a spell.
No, it is
No.
absolutely not.
Okay.
Plus, we don't have a
Medea
reaction.
Made the save. Medea, you
26?
made the save.
I'm
26 to do it.
Where's your? I can't see yours. Where's
I have
yours?
a 19, and then I did a +7 for favored by
Peria
the
makes the
gods.
save.
Okay.
Peria and Medea make the save.
Great. How fucked
my
are the
God.
rest of us? I don't have a reaction, so I can't half it with Aura.
Plasma breath. What the hell? What kind of? Is this radiant only? Radiant and fire?
Radiant and fire.
Okay. Are you rolling them separate?
I'm rolling them separately.
Thank you.
That is 28 fire.
28 fire, huh?
So 7. I'm assuming if you make the save, it's halved.
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, those are 3 ones. That's impressive. Okay. And 30 radiant.
Well, you know, we're not resistant to that, or anything.
Regardless of whether you were successful in your save or not, you cannot take reactions until the end of his next turn.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Did you say
Oh.
30?
Yeah,
30.
on the second one.
Great.
Okay. That's horrible.
See if that recharges.
Please, no.
Didn't.
Cool.
That's all he's going to do for his turn. He immediately starts off, flies up in the air, and a a wave of almost like radiation and brilliant rainbow flame scorches the deck of what is apparently a fire-resistant ship for a good reason. You all are afflicted. Q, it is your turn.
Well, bitch.
For reference, just so you know, that was 12d6 fire plus 12d6 radiant.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm at 20 hit points.
Correct.
Cool.
Alright. Bonus action,
It's
win
also up
6.
3, up 15.
Cool, 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 cool.
And 5, 15, 20. How high up is he?
15 feet.
I can reach with my
Void
void.
strike. Yeah, straight from the void. That's what it was.
So, fire for
I
damage.
also should say, he has a feature called Undying Light. He is eternally shedding a 45-foot bright light radius of sunlight. So as you guys are running up to him, you don't get like disadvantage or anything, but you are like staring into the sun as you run up to him.
Alright, swing 1. Hiya.
Hey, that's
Nice.
Natural 20! Okay.
pretty dope.
The Radiant doesn't seem to do anything,
I have a feeling.
so you know.
How strange.
Yeah, how unusual.
Second swing.
Another natural 20!
My God. All right.
Oh my god! What an opener for Q! So, Q... do you have a third attack? Bushido, I guess?
Yes.
Yeah, go for it. Can it be 3? It'd be incredible. Can it be 3? No, unfortunately. It will not hit.
Oh.
As the last
Yeah.
hit glances off the scales that are like iron hard, your first 2 hits hit like the soft underbelly, and you see like actual gashes appear, and he just recoils. "Ugh! For something so small, you have a strong sting."
Yeah, I get that a lot. Stop being a bitch and get down here.
Make me. Q, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Medea.
No.
Oh. You're gonna
No.
burst? Okay,
Okay.
I was wondering.
Oh my God. That hurt a lot. Can't do any. So we can't do any.
no.
reaction.
He's bursting. He's bursting.
Bursting.
Hold.
Bursting, yep.
But just
But
Alright,
yes,
your
no
turn
reactions
ready.
until the end of his next turn.
Alright, yeah, so swing a thing.
So flip him. This one. Paw. Oh, those will not hit. From 2
Alright.
crits to that, yeah. Are you
Nice.
kidding me?
Another crit.
Third crit in
This
the
is
first
why
turn?
you use your digital dice. That your physicals never did this.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Okay. Thankfully, the Radiant, it was low anyways, but it, ugh.
Yeah. Alright, and then bonus action airplane.
Okay. That was impressive. Q, you run up and 3 clean strikes. You feel like you're severing some arteries with each strike. 2 of which did miss, unfortunately. You cling off of the scales twice, but
Yeah.
get some serious damage in. Medea.
Oh God, I have to look. Okay.
Y'all wanted
I'm
to take
gonna
the
message-
safe route.
I guess I'm gonna say to Perry, Perry, are we doing this?
I don't think we have much of a choice right now, sister.
Dark shot!
No, this is unusual. The claim chieftain shouldn't be allowing this. Have my story, please. As she calls out, and he doesn't seem to care.
All right. Preternatural reflex.
No, this might be her way of getting back at what we did a long time ago.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that.
Or, you know.
Preternatural reflex. Okay, good. Yep. Is disadvantage to hit you?
Welcome to
Yes.
Bardest.
Or deck save.
You live, you get to show
I
up.
mean, I'm gonna. I could do Wind and Whirl, right? And it has
Yeah,
a
you can
range.
attack. Absolutely. You could hit him from there.
Yeah.
You could run up the stairs and just throw that out.
Hey, look up here, you big, stupid, ugly, bright dragon. And I'm just gonna.
I don't know. It's pretty hot.
I know.
You see that 8-pack?
I did see the next back. Trust me. All right, so it's just gonna be. I can't do whirlwind. I mean, I can. Right? No. Yeah. No.
Better off attack.
I have my thing up.
You could do whirlwind, but it's just a 1 hit, and he makes a save, and you know he's got resistances.
Yeah.
You
Better
know
off
he has legendary
attacking.
resistances.
Yeah.
I'm giving you that one.
I'll just try attacking.
Oh shoot.
Right.
Sorry, Megan. I didn't give Becky her new commands. I'll make sure to have it before next week.
23 will hit.
It's not great damage, but okay.
Hey, damage
Were
is
you
damage at
flaring
this
for
point.
advantage, Becky? Were you flaring to get advantage?
Because you have triple advantage.
Yeah, just roll one more time. with
Yeah,
the
roll
one.
once more.
Yeah,
don't
don't-
have accuracy
It's been
bullshit.
it's been a while, but
Been
yeah.
a hot minute. Sorry.
It has. That absolutely hits, but still, I'll take the first damage for 10 because
Yeah,
it was the
on
damage
it.
roll.
Yeah.
But yes. Okay,
Alright.
second attack.
Second attack.
Make sure to click your there you go.
Yeah, I
Yes.
just clicked it.
27 will hit for 14.
All right. It's not that great, but
This is great.
It's
pretty
perfectly
good.
good.
Yeah.
Third attack.
okay.
Third
There you
with
go.
advantage,
that.
Becky.
Yep. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
It's no
I'm so
problem.
used
Just give me
to
2 more
clicking this.
rolls.
I'm so used to clicking.
It's okay.
The
Okay,
27.
so we'll take those 3 rolls. 27 still hits for 12. Y'all did some good damage in the first 2 turns of the round. You doing anything else, Medea?
I'm hurting.
Yes.
Yeah.
That hurt a
Oh.
lot.
You do see Naren off to the side. Looks like she's preparing a spell for her turn.
Yeah.
Maybe like a mass cure wounds.
Exactly like a mask.
Yeah.
Naren is full support this fight.
I'm gonna burst for a whole nother thing. Might as well.
Did you bonus
Uh,
action yet?
Oh, I'm
She used
probably,
preternatural reflex. I
Preternatural
believe.
Oh,
reflex.
okay. Right.
yeah. Aurora burst. I'm gonna burst. Full extra turn, I guess.
However much you want to spend to get an extra turn or extra attack.
7. Oh no, I don't need to hold an extra turn. I'll
Just
do
do the
5.
attack then. So you get an extra attack action. So you get 3 more attacks for 5.
Yes. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Oh god. Okay.
Make sure. Okay, is that 29 to hit for 13?
Yes.
That hits.
One more.
Nice.
24 to hit for 17. Yep.
Okay. Eat this.
23 to hit for 9. Okay. As the blades, none of them have missed. They all find some like soft spot where the scales aren't quite as hard, and you just see 3 little spurts of blood as the blade catches back. The head does swivel to look over at you. Oh look, it's the other thing.
That just pissed me off. Action surge.
3 more attacks. That'll hit for 11. Give me another one.
I
Yep.
don't know why I don't just hit my triple advantage.
No
this
problem. Well, give me the last roll and the last one. Actually, give me 2 more rolls because we just need to see if those last 2 had a crit potentially, or the third one also needs to hit because the third one misses for sure.
time. Okay,
Just
so
give me 2 more.
2 more.
We'll count those 2, sure. So I'll say they all hit. The 23 can replace the 16. The 13 would not be for the 22. Okay, so they all hit. That's jeez. Good bit of damage. Holy crap.
This thing bites.
Clearly. Medea's at the end of your very impressive turn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Mira.
Oh fuck, that hurts. All right. Fuck.
really far away, Mira.
Yeah, no, bonus action. It's kind of poopy, but I'm healing myself. Sliding down to here. And I don't think any of those are really worth it, so...
Can I get another boat? No, that's.
Yes, you took a whole... Did you do
No,
it
I
for an
only did
action or a
5.
turn?
I only did it for.
You did 5, just for
Okay.
an extra
5.
action.
Alright, well, it's my turn to flare for triple advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make sure quiver's on. Okay. First shot did
Is
not.
that 19?
So if you look at it, it is calculating 3d20
20s.
taking
Okay.
advantage.
So
Okay,
it's
but
19
so
now.
it's 19 total.
Yes. That is.
Misses.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's cool.
Megan built it better. So now it's just if
Oh,
I'm
thank
using
you.
a regular
Sure,
arrow,
yeah.
it's the left
I like it.
damage. If it's the force arrow, which is my default, it's the right damage.
That is way cleaner. Thank you very
is.
much. That's very much easier for me to understand for
Yes.
sure.
Yeah. She
Okay.
made that for Becky too, but I forgot to.
First hit misses.
Second
Wings
one
bats
is.
it away. Second bats it away.
God damn it. I'm really showing that I deserve to kill him.
Mhm. See, as the 2 shots like ping off of him, he looks to you. Oh, this is more insulting.
Fuck it. I'm bursting
Uh-huh. You kinda gotta.
for a whole turn.
Okay. 7
Um,
points.
2 more. Okay, that puts it there. I need to slide 1. 2 more attacks. Advantage. Are you fucking kidding me? 8, 8, 4. I can't roll above a fucking.
Unfortunately.
Eyes over here, pretty boy.
God damn.
as her last one pings off.
That's
of
not my
him.
last one.
Ah!
That one finally
25
hits.
will hit.
Ah, shit.
What type of arrow are you doing?
Force. I always
Okay.
default to force.
Gotcha.
That's why I say it before I see the damage that my default is force.
After all those like missed arrows, he just like looks at you like, "Is that the best you?" Ugh.
And then
So you
I'm
both have a sting.
going to bonus action expend one of my wild shapes for my defensive ability. That's my turn.
Okay, we're gonna take our first legendary action after Mira's done.
Yep.
Come on, man.
He's gonna use 2 of his actions to activate Gravity Well.
So,
Cool.
All creatures of his choice within 60 feet of him, so you guys,
Right.
must make a strength save.
Oh.
uh-huh.
Player for
Yeah.
advantage.
Funny.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
yep, that's about right for Narkashan.
Can we flare?
We always
can.
can.
I'm making sure.
Doesn't
I
matter
don't
for
have-
me.
Wow,
Strength
Naren
save.
rolled decently. Doesn't really help.
Yes. Oof.
Okay.
Where are we
Baby.
going?
Cool.
Sucked in the middle.
Hold on. Oh, I don't have a reaction.
Yep. Nope.
Wait, yeah, you do.
No, I
Oh,
don't.
no.
Until the
Get ready
end
to
of
use
his next
that
turn.
weapon.
Correct. Everyone takes 17 force because no one succeeded.
Ouch.
Oh
A
shit.
23 to 24? Holy
It's
shit.
26 DC.
Okay. What was the
You are-
number?
It is, sorry, 17 force, and everyone is pulled 30 feet closer to him
Oh, convenient.
Not
Right.
convenient.
as you are all pulled
Lined up
towards
in a
him.
good,
Well,
nice.
That is his legendary action. Peria, it's your turn.
Touching Mira. Oh, I hope this works. And myself, I'm gonna twin, Death Ward. Blast on us.
Ooh, cool.
That's that's probably gonna get
Goes down
used.
to 6. And
Uh,
then I'm gonna
This
go
one.
ahead and quicken
Yes, the heart with the
And-
chains. We've done that
an
before.
Eldritch Blast.
Okay, go for it.
Heart with chains.
I'll get it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Continue.
I shall flare for
Hmm.
advantage.
but I don't want
Okay.
his.
Oh,
hug.
excuse me. I'm gonna burst for a bonus or for a full extra turn.
Okay.
And then use my bonus action to put Hexblade's Curse on him first.
Okay.
Then for my action, I'm gonna go ahead and Eldritch Blast.
No, I don't want his hugs. No, hug him with the sword. Hug him with the
Yeah.
sword.
29.
That will absolutely hit.
Push that bitch 10 feet away, please.
Ooh.
No. Second
Hexblade's Curse
beam.
there.
23.
23 hits.
Great. Third beam.
Do you keep pushing with each beam?
Absolutely. Yes.
Third will hit. Holy crap. Being pushed. This massive dragon being pushed away from the boat.
First consort Hephaestus. I say his name right.
Yes, I know. Hephaestus.
Hephaestus. Can we please talk about this?
Talking is for the weak. The strong.
Fine. Okay.
Then
and then-
act.
Ah! I'm
You
gonna
can do anything else?
Yeah, I'm 5, 10, 15.
That's an action, I suppose. Legendary action. The last one of his turn. He moves. That's his turn.
You know what? It's better than him attacking.
It is Markushan. She is going to do a Hail Mary.
Divine intervention, that
She
bitch.
did divine intervention. I'm going to roll D100. We need under a 13 because her level is 13.
Ah.
Oh!
Oh, so
19.
close.
She reaches. She looks to the sun. The claim citizens.
His son
Claim
is-
chieftain, please! If you can hear me! I don't know what we have done to offend you, but please!
Oh,
And nothing.
I'm
So
sorry.
she looks back.
I had an extra bonus action. That's why
Yes,
I
you did.
burst.
Yes.
So I will use my action to cast Blade of the Five Arts, and I will bonus action those Eldritch Blasts that happened. So I quickened it.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. So
Okay.
I have it
Uh,
appear where I was.
Okie dokie. One sec. I need to
But I
get.
guess it would have been.
Is this like a spirit
pushed him
blade
out.
kind of a deal?
Yeah, I
Yes,
would've put it
actually.
here, hit it, and then pushed him, and then moved. 'Cause fuck that.
We'll use this for the time being. I'll get a better one later. But where would you like it?
There's perfect.
Perfect. So what you
Before
see,
Yeah.
a spectral sword. I think it's large size actually, isn't it?
Yes.
According to the spell. So it's a
Oh.
massive sword
Oh,
formed of her aura
Large. Yeah.
of shimmering translucent force appears and interposes itself there. This is a rebranded, reskinned, and modified Bigby's Hand spell.
Hmm.
This is also the signature spell of Crimson Empress Orlith.
oh.
Nice.
Okay. I'm gonna use the Crimson Art for right now.
Crimson Art?
Yeah,
Alright, so
I
it
just
strikes, make a
attack.
melee spell attack as the sword swings out.
We like force
So,
damage.
I'm just gonna use Eldritch Blast. I forgot to make.
It's the
something-
attack.
Oh, no,
It's the
right
same.
Here. It's right here. Here it is. There.
That will not hit, unfortunately, as the
Ah.
sword swings and it ducks out of the way.
Because I can't use Aura to give myself advantage on that because it's the sword
Right.
making the attack. Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Markushan's going to use a bonus to heal herself. And then she is going to not step away. She's going to stay there. And then it is Naren's turn, who is going to upcast at her highest level of 6th level
Ooh.
a mass cure wounds.
Yes, please.
Everybody gets 4d8 plus 5.
Oh, cool. Concentrate.
Please be high.
Please be high.
Please
Please be high. That was not high.
That was the opposite of high.
Oh,
We got the force
Why
damage
did I
we took
take it?
back.
Yeah,
Why
that was, yep.
did I say stuff?
Look, I'll
Okay.
take 17
Uh,
points.
I mean, yeah, it's
look at
extra,
Darren
but
now.
yeah.
Let me look at something real quick.
What aura arts do you have?
I don't think she has burst, unfortunately. She has light, which she can use to heal people.
Okay.
Unfortunately, she did just cast a spell, so that's her action. Okay.
Where? Is she moving closer?
Fuck no, she ain't moving closer.
Yeah, nah, man.
My feet. Shit, I shouldn't have moved. I could have helped. Dang it. Oh, well.
All right. I think she's gonna basically heal her. She's gonna heal Mira with her bonus for some aura.
Thank you. That's,
Roll. 1 sec. She'll give you, I think, 5d6. She'll use 5 points. For 12 points.
All right, I'll take it.
All right. At the end of Naren's turn, it is Hephaestus.
Yep.
Regards all of you on the boat as he's midair next to the boat. Looks down to himself at the wounds on his body. Looks at you all. Excellent!
Yeah.
Well done. I'll consider this passing.
Fucking Tess.
And he fades from this form and
I
will
hate Bardest.
land. He'll move over and land back on the bow of the ship. Welcome to Bardest! And that's where we end the session. As you passed Zivadona's test,
Fuck
you
that
lasted
guy.
a full round against an ancient sun dragon.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, he's pretty strong. We didn't even get to his cool stuff.
No.
Dear Lord.
My God.
And we will pick up next week
Yeah.
with you guys pulling into the dock of Bardest.
This is my stark reminder of why when Mira's main class hits 12, I'm probably just gonna take fucking toughness.
Yes. As this is a taste of the continent ahead.
Yay!
You survived. You did good. You guys brought him. I'm gonna tell you, he started this fight at a cool 553 hit points. He's at 290 right now in one round.
Would have
So if
been
you guys are like, we could
if
do
I
take something
actually
like that.
hit.
If you guys had hit a bit more, you could kill him. Like it's not unfeasible. Aura's crazy. So
Yeah.
I hope you all enjoyed the boat ride session. I knew it was going to be at least 3/4 of boat.
Yes.
And then I also had the battle plan, so I knew you wouldn't be hitting shore most likely. But yeah. So as your party is standing there, weapons drawn, bloodied, burned, magical sword in the air, everyone like breathing heavy, he just lands with a big grin. Welcome to Bardest.
We're not going to the death.
No, it would be ridiculous. You're guests of Zivadona.
Great.
Right.
No,
Thank God.
Welcome.
So are you actually happy that I killed Vex?
Oh, I don't care. I didn't have a mate.
That was all bullshit. Oh my God.
Of course. I'm first consort to Zivadona. None could compare.
That is true. That is true.
Oh, you all put up a good fight. We'll see you next week.
Alright, wait, next week?
As it is the end of it is almost time for Sentient. So we'll continue roleplay there next week as we do have to wrap this up here.
Lord.
As you have met the first of Zivadona's harem of consorts, because she of course has one.
Of course she has a harem.
Of course she does.
Hephaestus, the ancient sun dragon, the first of her chosen. Yes.
So there you go.
Yeah. He's as close to a husband as she's ever gonna have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
God, I loved that.
The looks on our
Skipping
faces.
around, you guys, it's the best.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go prepare for next week. So much to
Yep.
do. More
Alright.
talking, probably.
More time.
Yeah, probably. All right. See you
Alright,
later.
guys. Bye.
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 All right. Well, yep. Thanks for coming out. The power of love. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and raid the person who is playing D&D. Well, that was fun. Just a stark reminder of how squishy my character is, going from full to 20 in one turn. Like, I'm a glass cannon right now. 2 more levels, which it sounds like we'll get in this continent. 2 more levels, and I am 100%. The only way I can make myself more not squishy is just to take toughness. No other feat I really need. I could up my int for like my saving throw, but I don't use saving throw stuff that often, so... I mean, we would kill him if we had another turn or two. We'd probably kill him. But God, it's just scary. So scary. So, see you guys later. There might be a stream tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if we're having our in-person session. It's kind of on a big thing. So, might be free, might not. Don't know. I won't know till about midday. So, see you later, guys. Let's go ahead and send the raid over.